Hours of power.
Debates. Open your mind.
Hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, let's see, he's a multi-millionaire, almost at $1 billion.
The Popular Thought
Three
Series.
PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hear these sirens and look through the mirror and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up a paper until you read over and over and see white families come? You take it to thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 42 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are better? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrongly, you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, if we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it start on Thanksgiving, well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Sac Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power.
San Antonio, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind. And peace, folk. Welcome back to another edition of the Popular Thought Series right here on the old T.P.O.T. YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. Gonna have a good show tonight. You see it scrolling down there, and you also see it behind me here. Does white America owe us anything? Yeah, that's the title. Gonna be good tonight. And my lead off is the one and only SKC. So you already know what it is. But before we get started, y'all know I always start the show off with thanking you, good folks, for your likes, your shares, your views, your subs, and of course, your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. Because I realize you don't have to do it, man. You don't have to show up to these goddamn streams. You don't have to like these videos. You don't have to sub to this channel. You don't have to share them. And you definitely don't have to drop your hard-earned coins on this platform. But you good folks, you choose to do so, man. Night after night, week after week. And I want you to know, man, I don't take you lightly, man. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that. I'm thankful. I'm humbled. I'm appreciative. I'm honored to all the good folks who hang out there and the Negroes who hang out up in here. I thank you. All right. All right. So, yeah, man, I made it back early today, y'all. I mean, it only took us like 5.5 hours to get back. Now, shit, the traffic going up the other day was a bitch. But traffic today wasn't that bad. We got back here. I think I got back here around noon. So, you know, we did some staging and some unloading and going through some bullshit. So here I am. I know I told y'all Wednesday night, you may not see my ass if I was too tired, but I'm actually not as tired as I thought I would be, to be honest. You know, but I got a lot of good help, man. I got a few guys, man, and they are outstanding. Yeah, they're outstanding, man. They've been with me a few years, man. I wouldn't trade these knuckleheads for the world, man. You know, I wouldn't trade them for the world. So, you know, they help the old man out and make sure he don't catch a hernia, a heart attack, or, you know, fall out in the middle of the goddamn yard some damn where. So shout out to my boys, man. Shout out to my boys. Absolutely. But yeah, we gonna throw down tonight, man. Like I said, man, this is one of the old hours of power debates. It's an open debate, so people will be allowed to come up. I did hit my timekeeper up a couple days ago, but I didn't hit him up tonight. If I think I need him, I will hit him up. But these open debates, I kind of like them. Reminds me of the old days of the YouTube Negro Hangout. So we'll just see how it goes. But tonight, man, we're going to be talking about and what's good. I see my brother up there, brother Nick Taylor is in the house. Who else we got in here? We're going to do a roll call. We haven't done a roll call in a while, have we? No. See who we got in here. We got Lady Awesome Alice is in the house. Brother Obadiah is in the house. Brother Stoic is in the house. What's good, Brother Stoic? Brother Deshaun is in the house. What's good with it, Brother Deshaun? Brother Paul Gain is in the house. What's good, Brother Paul? Brother Enigma is in the house. And this person, First Novice 01, what's good with it, brother? I hope that's a brother. I have a tendency to be freaking calling people brother when they be a girl and shit. They be like, oh, I'm a girl, X. And I'd be like, oh, my bad. I didn't know. We got here. Harambe's Irish Swedish clone is in the house. Brother Survival is in the house. Brother Apollo Freed is in the house. Who else we got? And of course, my big bro, the one and only Brother Nick Taylor, is in the house. Let's see who else we got before we get going. Brother Omega Dreads is in the house, longtime supporter of the T.P.O.T YouTube page. Who else we got here? Brother Apollo. Oh, I said that name already. Pardon me, y'all. I'm old. Brother Cool Kamasi is in the house. Who else we got here? Hopefully I don't say a name twice again, y'all. Let me see. Let me go down. Lady No Love is in the house. What's good with it, Lady No Love? What else we got in here? Ragnarok is in the house. I usually don't have this many people to make damn roll call on. God damn, it's a lot of y'all folks in here tonight. God damn it. Who else in here? Mouthpiece Media is in the house. What's good with it? Lady Zodiac is in the house, a member of the T.P.O.T YouTube page. What's good with it, Lady Zodiac? I see you up there. Let me see. The Golden Eagle 99 is in the house. What's good with it, Golden Eagle? I believe that's Brother Golden Eagle, I believe. What's good with it, Brother E. Taylor 704? What's good with it, brother? I see you up there. Let's see what else we got in here. Honey Barbecue. I'm assuming that's Lady Honey Barbecue. If not, I'm sorry. I apologize if that's not Lady. Spike Styles. That must be Brother Kid Styles. I'm assuming. If that's you, just let me know. Brother D Rock Den is in the house, another long-time supporter of the T.P.O.T YouTube page. What's good with it, Brother D Rock? Brother Yakub is in the house. What's good with it, Brother Yakub? Okay, I believe that's everyone. If I forgot somebody, don't be mad at me, Negroes. I'm old. But yeah, man, we're gonna get at it tonight. And I look down, I see Brother Supreme is here. So let's go ahead and get this thing going without further delay. Brother Supreme,
What's going on next?
what's good with it, man?
Oh man, I just want to jump on at it, man, because you said you want to see where this goes. Let's see where it goes. So
Let's go. Let's have at it, man. Let's get at it.
People have been saying this thing about a lot of black subjects have been coming up as of late. Blackness, who you truly are, identity. Lots of times this is associated with the age-old question about reparations and also associated topics, justice, white supremacy, all of that type of stuff. So your title question, does white America owe us ... anything? Anything. I think if people want to make that argument, if they want to make the argument that white people or white America owes them something, then they should begin with going into history. A lot of people talk about that a lot. And I read a passage earlier today on a little short stream that I did. And I'll share it again. Let me go ahead and put my little screen up. Computer, if I can. Oh yeah, there it is. There we go. And so if people want to go with the whole thing of white people owe them something, okay, well, start with history first. Let's go back to Africa. Short selection. Just a short selection for people that want to know. This is from John Reeder. The title of the book is A Biography of the Continent Africa, 1996. A newer version came out in 97. Just read here. The first slaves taken from Africa by Europeans had been captured by Portuguese seamen in raids on coastal villages. A lot of people know that. The numbers were small, and the raids not that or with the raids not without considerable danger to the raiders on occasion when the Africans were sufficiently prepared to resist attack and capture. If the Atlantic slave trade had depended upon European raiding expeditions as a mean of acquiring merchandise, it would have never become a viable enterprise. But to their eternal shame, Africans in effect conducted slave raids on behalf of the European interlopers, employing in the first instance not the force of arms, but the force of custom and political authority. Chiefs and wealthy elites took people whom customary practice had enslaved within indigenous economy, where the practice bestowed at least a measure of benefit on all parties, and sold them abroad for goods that brought little benefit to anyone other than the traders themselves. Indeed, it could be argued that the inflow of foreign goods seriously disrupted the development of indigenous economies. Like asset strippers on Wall Street, African slave traders plundered the accumulating human resources over which they had gained control with no thought for the wider implications and long-term consequences of their actions. They sold their brothers, their cousins, their neighbors. The only conceivable justification being that slaves were a commonplace feature of African society. Chattels, valued less highly than the goods offered by European slave or European traders. So, with that stated, I'll just say, if you're going to make this argument that white people owe you something, that white America owes you something, well, then use the history that you always are putting forth as, oh man, know your history, 400 years, 400. Okay, where it goes before 400 years. Why don't you get with the people who sold you out in the first place? Why don't you get with the people who sold you for, as it states in the book, with references of the assets which were traded, some of which included shaving materials, urinals, coppers, earthenware. Get on them first. Then talk to me about this whole thing about what white America owes you. I'll start it off with just that.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. I have my own my own interpretation of it, but let me ask you, why do you think we never hear about these things when we hear about slavery, when we hear about the oppression, when we hear about all these things that happened hundreds of years ago? Why are these things conveniently left out of the conversation?
Easy. It doesn't fit the narrative. It does not fit the narrative. I mean, there's so much to talk about when it goes into all of these things about slavery and what occurred in real time there. But people don't want to have those conversations. They really don't want to talk about a lot of the stuff that that happened.
Mm.
I'll share screen again because some people, when I shared this with them today, they said that they had never heard some of this history. I'll go to the screen again. Here you go. Let me blow it up so people on their phones can say, I wasn't able to see it. I know how that goes. Yeah.
Well, you know, it's the white man's data.
Oh no, you can't use the whole thing of it's the white man's data because a lot of the Hotepians also use white writers that say things that they believe. And they don't use that whole thing of, oh, it's a white dude. No, they'll say, oh, see, it's a white dude. See, you can't believe him. He's talking about his own people. So we'll read a little bit further. It says here, I'm just starting from the first sentence in this paragraph. Indeed, as was mentioned in the previous chapter, the Portuguese transported up to 12,000 slaves from the slave coast to the Gold Coast between 1500 and 1535. Thus, ironically, perhaps, I repeat, thus, ironically, perhaps, the first Europeans to participate in the purchase and sale of human beings on this particular stretch of coast were suppliers for a domestic West African slave trade. The Portuguese brought slaves first from the rulers of Benin. When that source dried up, supplies were acquired from trading contacts established in the wake of advancing edge of the Portuguese exploration in the Niger Delta region, Igbo country, the estuary of the Cross River and the Cameroon coast, Congo, and ultimately as far south as Angola. The Portuguese sold slaves to Aiken communities on the Gold Coast for gold. So, how many people are taught about slavery that in Africa, Africans were using white people to trade Africans amongst each other?
So Negroes was selling Negroes.
Yeah.
Bottom line. And that's the bottom line.
So again, I'm just attacking the beginning when they make all these things about, oh man, white people owe us this. Of course, they're gonna go into this whole talk about slavery and Jim Crow and Jim Crow 2.0, Jim Eagle. So okay, let's go with the history. Let's go here. And why you don't have that same energy for these people.
Is that where we are now, though? Where, because we often hear people say, right? We hear this a lot. We hear people say that only half of our story gets told, only a portion of our story gets told, only this amount of our story gets told. So, what does that mean about us? Are we also doing the same thing? Are we only telling part of the story?
Yeah.
Are we not telling everything?
That's absolutely happening. That's absolutely happening, man. One of the big questions that I like to ask, I've heard other people of better minds than my own, because I am a dummy. I'm the dummy in the room. I've heard them ask this question where they say to a lot of the super Black Power Ungawa guys, how did the slaves get free? Did they free themselves?
Well, the slaves were freed. We know that, right? They were freed. Well, except for the ones who I guess ran away and went up north and shit like that. But
okay, but even those, did they do that by themselves?
Lady Awesome Alice said the Quakers.
That's a serious retort.
I know.
The Quakers had a lot to do with that.
I know.
And a lot of them put their necks on the line.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you not give them their due? Why do you play it off as though, it's like a huge jump. People was put on boats, they was beat the mess out of, and then they overcame. That's the whole thing. They overcame, and then we got here. It's like, no. Laws did not get written by black people. Wars were not fought primarily by black people in America. The Underground Railroad was not primarily created by black people.
So
when the people went up north to Canada, they were not going into a black country.
Do you think that it would make a difference, though, if more of us heard what you're saying tonight? Would it make more of a difference? Would it change the view of people, especially black people, and maybe others too, maybe non-black people?
It should give them a more balanced viewpoint of those things. Not saying that they should not look at a lot of the atrocities that took place in the past, but the atrocities are only one part of the story. And if you throw out the rest of it, it makes you seem like you're crazy or you're imbalanced, because then you miss out on all sorts of history that a lot of the people that you're looking back and praising, you don't look at the other people and the other races that they praised and they looked up to and they were be friends of and so forth. I mean, it's like people say all this stuff, like take for instance, Frederick Douglass. How did Frederick Douglass go from being a slave to being able to go and travel in Europe, where it's primarily white people?
So, okay. Now, you just read these passages from this book, and I'm pretty sure anybody else can, if they wanted to, they would have access to this book as well. Why do you think that? And you got a challenger back here too. You got a challenger already, so I'm going to go ahead and bring him up. If you requested the link, please check your email. Tonight is debate night. You want to come up and level a challenge, you know what to do. It's Prophet of Thought at yahoo.com. That's Prophet of Thought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com.
See, and that's the thing. I see emphasis skills in there. That's usually some of the tactics that's used. SKC, you can't explain the wealth gap in America without talking about the Jim Crow. Dude, I went way before Jim Crow. I'm not even trying to sit up here and try to explain that to you. I never said anything about it. I never said that there wasn't a wage gap that was there. I never stated any of that. I just stated, if you want to make this argument about white people owe you something, then why aren't you using the same history that you're digging into and saying that Africa owes you something way more?
So when you're talking about whether or not white America owes black folks something, you're not talking about reparations, right? We're not talking. No, this isn't a reparation thing, right?
I'm saying, why put the cart before the horse? Sure, if you want to have that conversation, fine, but deal with the people that sold you out first. How about you start there if you want to use all the history, right? It was called a trade.
Well, y'all know what to do. Tonight's going to be a fiery night, boy, and some feathers will get ruffled tonight. But you have the opportunity to come up here and level a challenge to what's being said up here tonight. The lead off is Brother SKC, and he's bringing the fire So if you're coming up here to bring the water, step on up. And your first challenger has arrived. The one and only Big J Triple X. Brother Big J, what's good, man? Don't come up here tonight running my other guest off, man.
Good evening, good afternoon,
I'm gone. I can't
brother
handle Big
X.
J, man.
Good
I'm
evening.
gone. I can't handle
So,
Big J.
so let me say something.
He got too much power for me, man.
So the premise of this argument, right, is do white America owe black people anything, right? Is that really the premise, SKC?
That's what the title says.
Well, I don't believe white America owes black people shit, in my opinion. But I do believe that the institutions, at some point, I mean, in certain institutions, not all, there's certain elements that does owe black people something. For me, when the Freedmen's Bureau and Savings, in 1871, they pulled money out of the Freedmen's Bureau, banking loan. I forgot it's called the loan thing, right? Their excuse was we're gonna use this money to fight Geronimo and the Dakota Indians. I think though that money should be, even though the Freedmen Bureaus is still on the law books, I think though they should at least put money back in so that we will get the money back, with interest. That's one way I think to address the reparations issue, in society. And I also think that we want to talk about the whole, the issue when it comes to the wealth gap. I think a baby bond issue. I think create a baby bond for every child is being born. That child would get a certain, let's say, I'm only going to use $5,000 when a baby's born. Each child get $5,000, and that child will only receive that money with interest soon as that child turns 21. I think that would somewhat solve the wealth gap.
Well, I have a solution for that, Big J.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. I have a solution for that. How about black people get together and then they say, you know what? We understand that, just as Big J has stated, with the things like the Freedmen's Bureau and things like that, that various institutions of America, and it has to do with the government as well. They owe us something. So you know what? But we want to do the debtors in order. So we're gonna knock out two birds in one stone. Stop sending all this aid over to these West African countries and put that back in our stuff. And there you go, because they owe us too.
Well, you know what? I
Two
somewhat
birds,
agree
one
with you.
stone.
Well, no, I somewhat agree with you, but I had this conversation.
And when they ask, "Where's our money?" You get nothing. You sold these dudes over here for nothing. You ruined them, and now they're asking for their reparations back. And before we can give you anything, we got to handle them first. So you know what? Your aid goes to them. Done deal.
Well, I think that such an idea will backfire because of Liberia and Sierra Leone.
F them.
Those two countries are created by former black slaves. So, I mean, if you're gonna say West Africa, they are in West Africa.
They're failed.
No, they're not. Well, yeah, they're failing now, but knowing the transaction, knowing the resources that they're having now over there, I look at those two countries going to be on the rebound within the next 20 years.
Yeah, that ain't our problem. They shouldn't have been involved.
Yeah, but
they shouldn't have been involved in the slave
were
trade,
former
and now they got to
American
pay
slaves,
up.
though.
And now they got to pay up.
Those two people from those two nations are from former slaves. They still got ties here to this country and also to Great Britain, or should I say Canada, rather. So I mean, so I don't think though they should be punished. See, there's going to be a slippery slope. What I'm suggesting is more of you know how like how cities have like a city like Tokyo will call New York City a sister city and they do trade. I think though in black America or black cities like New Orleans or DC rather, I think they should do a lot more reach out to those African countries when it comes to trade policy and
What
and
for? What are
and
they? What are they gonna give you?
well, there's a lot of agricultural products, and there's also you know some of the raw materials.
Okay, so that'll be a way that they can start paying back
Right, and,
because
and
they
that,
because
that, that's
they was part of
that's
the
my
deal too, right?
Say what?
They were part of the slave trade, right? Too, right?
Are we specifically talking about Liberia and Sierra Leone, or are we talking about Africa in
No,
general?
no, no. A significant number of West African countries were involved in the transatlantic slave trade. Those kings,
Right,
slave
right, right,
traders,
right. You
and
talking about
merchants were
talking about the
getting rich
tribes,
off the
right?
back of taking their human resources and selling them for horses and earthenware and urinals and all sorts of shaving materials and stuff like that and textiles.
Right,
So
right.
so since they did that, and black people here are stating, you know what, there needs to be reparations from white people. Okay, well, deal with the people who benefited as well too. Let's make it a three-way thing. Now,
Yeah, and
America's
I would, I
already
would, I
sending a
would, I
bunch of money
would,
over
I
to them.
would agree with you.
America's
I would
already
agree
sending a
with you
bunch
on
of
that.
money over to them for foreign aid. I'll be like, okay, you know what? For the next 30 years, you get no foreign aid. That's all going here to settle your debt for the slave trade.
I would agree with you on that argument. I would agree with you. I agree with the premise of your argument. I wouldn't necessarily agree with, but I agree with the premise based on the premise. Yeah, but at the same time, though, it's going to be a lot more messier deal. And as for reparations as cut as a check, I don't believe in cutting people to check though. I'm not into that. Just cut me a check and I'm going about my business. I don't think that would be viable. I think if we're going to talk about if people were really serious about reparations, forget the slavery part. We still got grandmothers and grandfathers who are in their 80s and 90s. They should get reparations for Jim Crow. That's what I think though. Who should get the money is these people who are 80, who's over the age of 70. I think they should get reparations because they was born into Jim Crow. They went to separate housing and all that.
Well, I think that
That that's
they already
that's what I
I think that
think
they
though.
already
That
received
they
that
should get.
because when their time was coming, what they fought for was civil rights. That there you go.
Mm,
That's what they wanted. They got what they wanted.
Not necessarily. No, no, they didn't.
That's what
Shout
they fought
out.
for.
Because if
Shout out
you
to Awesome Alice for the $5 super chat. She says, I think our government needs to stop sending money overseas and start taking care of American citizens of all shades. First, those countries don't pay taxes here. We do. I appreciate that $5. Lady Alice, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform.
So yeah, those people of their era, they had their time. They fought for what they wanted, and what they wanted was civil rights. They got it. They got it in the form of welfare and what's that? Affirmative action and all of those different benefits of that fell underneath that. There you go. That's what they wanted. That's what they got.
really, but white women benefit more from affirmative action
Hey,
than
but
black men.
but well, you
And
you
what?
can't cry over spilled milk.
I
That is what
understand that.
if that's
I
what you
understand.
fought
Hey,
for, and that's what you got. That's what you got. If you weren't, if you didn't have the insight to understand that you're setting up various principles that was going to be able to bleed into other things, then that's on you.
Right. I'm not here advocating necessarily for reparations, but what I am advocating, if people really are serious about reparations, there are better routes to go than rather than doing this whole we was kings once and this, that, and third. I don't want to hear no more of these pro blacks talking about we need our reparations.
No,
I
I
mean,
agree. I agree with you on that, and
yeah,
I'm tired
yeah.
of
I'm,
hearing
I'm,
all
I'm
this,
tired of hearing.
all of
I'm
this
tired of hearing.
alternative histories and
Yeah, and
all that.
all that we
Get
was
with
kings once shit.
Osama bin something, and he got this about the
Right,
ancient
right.
rock that tells us that we was. No, I don't want to hear none of that crap.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not. I've been hearing that shit for the past 10 years. I'm tired of hearing that shit. That's all I've been hearing from them. However,
Because when you go and start looking into those writings and start comparing the reference materials that they put forth, it has so many holes in it. It looks like Swiss cheese, and nobody wants to talk about it, but that's what it is.
yeah, it's like though the whole damn Egypt shit. I'm like, nigga, Egypt is thousands of miles away from where your ancestors was born at. Egypt is on the other side of Africa, northeast Africa. You came from West Africa.
Yeah,
Your ancestors came from 1,000 miles from Egypt. So don't come to me with the whole Hebrew Israelite, I'm Egyptian type of bullshit. Okay, you far away from Egypt, and those Egyptians were doing slavery too. So don't come around talking about you
yeah.
Ados and we
The pyramids didn't
Egyptologies and
build
shit,
themselves.
huh?
The pyramids didn't build themselves.
Right, because it took people,
Millions and millions of slaves to do it.
yeah, yeah. It took a lot of unpaid labor for that shit to be built. However, I would like to see, and you are already against it. I want that type of trade policy to be developed. Now I'm not no Pan African. I'm not a Pan African. I'm just anti-Chinese, Chinese communist. I'm trying. I just what my desire is a moral doctrine for Africa. That's what I would like to see. The
Well,
kick.
I don't even know if we're debating or having a disagreement, Big J. So
No,
I'm just say I'm just leave it as is. I had my little spiel. I don't think that there's any that are going to dispute that. It is what it is. That hey, if you want to make this argument about, oh man, I want this stuff from white people and they owe me this and that and so forth. Okay, you're gonna go dig into the history. I'm gonna dig into the history too, and the history shows that Africa owes you a whole lot too. Why don't you deal with your first debtor?
Yeah, because I always think though, if people are serious about African owning black people, owning Black America, owning the people of the diaspora, I think that whatever they find on their land, natural resources, I think they should give 15%. If you find diamonds out there, hey, Black America should get 50% of the earnings.
So I mean,
on a future trade policy.
hey, yeah, it can, however you want to set it up, that's fine. But I tell you this, and maybe I need to leave the panel so that other people can come up and have their spiel about what they believe that white America owes them, because maybe then they'll be able to have those conversations amongst each other.
Why not come up now? I mean, I'm pretty sure there's some people
you already
who
know
want
why.
the challenge. I'm pretty sure. I'm kind of disappointed that no one's coming up. I'm actually kind of disappointed because I thought this particular topic would have people, ready to duke it out in the digital squared circle. And it's an open debate, so it's not even like scheduled like
Jesse
that.
Lee SKC needs to leave
in
order for the
address
conversation to open
somebody.
up.
I gotta address Space Cowboy here. Space Cowboy's an anti-communist.
Hold on, before you do that, Big J. Hold on, God damn it! Shout out to Lady Awesome again with another super chat. She says, "Big J, hey friend, explain what is white America." I appreciate that super chat. Lady Awesome, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform.
You've been following me all ever since me and you lay eyes on each other on Maurice's channel. Yeah. Me and her been going back on Maurice and Kelly Ray's channel. So,
Vic J about to get into one of his beefs,
I'm about to get in on her.
About to get into one of his
all,
beefs.
Kelly Ray. Now you are an Alabamian or Georgian white girl, right? So let me help you out. When I said white America, yes, white America don't own black people's shit. I'm talking about, how do I say this? I'm trying to be politically correct on this motherfucker.
You don't have to. Speak your mind, brother Big J. Speak your mind.
I'm not talking about white women like yourself, Alice. I'm not talking about white people like yourself, Alice. When I say white America, I'm not talking about people like in your position, the one like you, like how you complain about black women getting Section 8 housing when you get Section 8 housing too, Alice. Like how though you, Alice, like how when you went after Sheila E. on them being racist when you hang around with racists with all those Trump supporters.
What's wrong with hanging?
I know that you a single woman and you want a single strong chocolate man. And
just a question, Big J.
Chocolate.
Just a question, Big J. What's wrong with hanging around with what's wrong with hanging around with racists, Big J?
I do got a problem hanging around racists. I can't stand the pro-black. Let me say something. I view the pro-blacks the same way I view the alt-right.
Okay, so now you jumped ahead of where I was going with that. So and I'm glad you said it that way because some people will say, oh man, you hang out with racist SKC. And I was like, yes, I do. I hang out with white racists, I hang out with black racists. some other races of people who are racist as well. I want to hear their thoughts. I want to hear their thoughts.
No, yeah, but she hangs around with those Trump supporters. The America going down the tubes. Yeah, the whole world going down the tubes. What the hell you talking about? Shit.
Y'all need to hit that goddamn like button. Y'all know I like the damn views and the likes to be matching Negroes.
Hold on. Here is the thing. Somebody said the actual racists are white leftists. Okay, then explain this to me. Yeah, you're right. There are liberals who are racist, but that doesn't discount. I'm gonna use our home state. SKC says me and you are from that same state. Let's talk about the racism in Texas. Let's talk about the racism even your home state, homegirl. Even your home state, Alice. Let's talk about the racism in Georgia. When it comes to education spending and criminal justice spending.
I will debate you on that one, man. Because I don't believe in that.
Would.
I don't believe in that, bro.
I would. I'll whoop your ass on that with SKC on spend on what is racism in the government budgeting system. Is there?
No. You stated two things. One on education versus I guess what is used in the prison system, correct?
Right, because if you go to I don't want. Do you really want to debate this or not?
I don't
have the paperwork in front of me at this point.
Right, so it'll be good for us to set that up for a different
time. Yeah, we need.
But I will tell you outright. I will tell you outright the premise of one of the major things that I would set in that argument. You make the child, you should already have some stuff set aside for that child's education.
Yeah, I get that, but
So going on this whole thing of, oh man, state this and they spending money on it, dude. It's your child.
we understand that. I understand
How
that.
you gonna
I
be a
understand
person
that.
that go out and spend $50,000 or $60,000 on a vehicle, but you can't do that for your kid?
Yeah, but you're looking at it from an individual's
No,
aspect.
I'm
I'm
not
looking
looking
at it
at it
from
from
an
an individual. I'm
aspect.
looking at it from a as a family man.
No, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it from a societal aspect of what governments are doing to people.
Well, I'm looking at it
With
from the
governments.
I'm looking at it
Hold
from
on, hold on.
the thought of
Hold on,
this.
hold on. You
Before
folks
with
call yourself. Hold on.
those
You
kids have
call
an
hey
opportunity.
SKC. So are you calling yourself a conservative, right?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that
Do you consider no? Do
I
you
know what
hold
I'm
on? Do you
saying is
consider
that the
yourself
no, what
a
I'm saying is that
conservative,
the
sir?
people what I'm saying is that the people that have the greatest influence on whether that child becomes an educated, productive part of society or a parasite to society, such as a criminal, are that person's parents.
Wait,
They
hold
have
on.
the greatest influence on it.
Hey, but Alice, Alice, I'm not in the inner city, baby.
Mm.
I'm not
I
in the inner
think
city, baby. I'm a corn-fed nigga. I'm in agriculture, baby.
Oh my goodness. Oh
well,
my
See, I'm an SYSB myself in this
oh
situation.
my goodness. Oh my goodness.
so you're
Oh
I thought
my God.
I thought you said
Clip that.
hold
Clip
up,
that,
Big J.
folks. Clip
Hold up,
that.
brother Big J.
Oh
Hold
shit.
up.
Oh
Because when you
man.
was up here about a month ago, I asked you, I was like, are you SYSBM? You was like, oh no, I'm not SYSBM like that. And then you turned around and said you had you was dating a white girl. I think like right after that. I think. Trying to
Now I
remember.
was
I
talking
might
to a
have
white woman. That doesn't mean
okay.
though I'm SYSBM though.
Okay. Okay. You just like white women.
Yeah, I like white women. I like Hispanic women. I like dark skinned black women. I like light skinned black women. I
Okay.
like
Okay.
I still I mean listen. I still fall over British speaking black women, the black women
Uh-oh.
with the British accent, like
Uh-oh.
Noemi Harris from the James Bond movies. God damn.
So are you still dating the white girl now or no?
I'm not dating anyone. I'm single.
Okay. 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 I'm
I
just
never
checking
said, I'm
because
saying
you
right now, the
that's what you
last time I
told
was
us
on
when
here,
you
I
was
never said I was dating. I said I was talking to her. Doesn't mean I was dating her.
what does talking to mean? What does that mean? What
I'm
does that
trying
mean?
trying to get to know you. That's all I want. God damn. Shit. I like all my flavors. Shit. If I had enough time, I go to one country to another country planting my flag.
I hear you. Hey, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I'm just asking some follow up from when the last time you was up here. That's all. I don't have a problem, brothers. I think brothers should do whatever give them peace. All right.
So so getting back to the title,
Yeah.
when people say the white people owe us anything, I understand that I put an argument out that's it some people, it will be certain people will be able to battle that, but not a lot.
Mm.
So I'll ask it in a different way. Why do people feel that white America owes them something? Maybe you can answer that, Big J.
I'm gonna tell you why. You know what? You know what though? I think because they never know. See, I grew up in a white community, right? So most people in this space never grew up, never went to a white school, never went to a predominantly white location. They think white people are all rich or have this vast level of wealth. So
I heard something similar.
a lot of these Negroes, a lot of these Negroes on here, they never left their 5 mile block radius.
Yeah, I heard something like that, Big J. Xavier was telling me earlier that you had a show, wasn't that Xavier, not
Yeah.
too long
It
ago,
was a
where there was a
it
guy
was a
saying that there was
Yeah.
60 million white people
He
in
said
the
it
United
was
States that are millionaires.
millionaire. Yep,
Right.
he said that.
Right.
He
Right.
also said,
They're not millionaires.
and he
60
all
million white
60
people
million
in
of them.
America are a
He also
millionaire.
he's also said that we should get half of white folk money. He said that as well. People who were there that night, if you're in here, y'all know I'm not lying. This is what the brother said. He said we deserve half of white folk money because, you know, we've been boxed out of everything. And being that there's like 40, he said it was like 40 million of us, and all 40 million of us should be millionaires. He said all of us should be millionaires simply because white folks is holding money from us, is what he said.
And the exact number was there's 60 million white people out there that are millionaire,
That are
bonafide
millionaires.
No,
millionaire.
that's not even true in itself. Even see.
He said he tallied the information himself. He said he tallied it himself.
Hold on.
He did. That's what
Hey,
he
but
said.
X, who has said this?
The brother, his name is the man. I actually reached out to him today to see if he wanted to come on.
The man who?
The man. That's his handle.
Oh, him! I was talking to him over there in Wacky Worlds last night. He was saying some crazy shit.
60 million people.
That's what he
If
said.
there was 60 million millionaires, then therefore there would be no such thing as a then therefore America wouldn't be getting a stimulus check. If there was 60 million millionaires, right? I mean, let's use that as a base number, right? That's 60 million millionaires who are white. Then how come white people are still doing drugs in West Virginia?
Because they got the money.
Georgia,
because
where
because
Alice
they got
is
the money,
at.
they got so much money they give up on life and just start using drugs. That's
Well,
I thought a lot of the stuff the brother was saying was kind of out there myself.
Hey, but Alice, who's in the chat room, who's in north side of Georgia, you know, the northwest side of Georgia, where the Appalachians at, they're poor as poor over there. They're poor on the Appalachian area. So if there's 60 million white people who are rich, there wouldn't be no such thing as welfare, food subsidies, all that shit. There wouldn't be no such thing as welfare.
I asked him. I asked the brother. I said, well, you say, because we pulled up some literature because Brother Friedman Journal was on here, and he shot me some stuff in the back chat, and I put it up, and the number they were saying is that there were 16 million millionaires in America. Now, of course, after that, everything erupted. It's the white man's data, the white folks lie, and all that kind of stuff. And Brother Lou was here, Brother Citizen Lou was here as well. And he said, well, why would they lie about having all this money, And the OG was here, of course, too. And the OG was like, for the same reason why they lied about discovering America. But what I said was, well, if that's the case, I said the stats did not say white millionaires or Latino millionaires, or it said millionaires in the United States, period. That's what it said. It didn't distinguish between white, black, Latino, Asian, Jewish. It just said 16 million. And I don't even think it was 16 million. I think it was like 15,800,000 or something like that. And they said that was all of millionaires. All. They didn't make a distinction about, the color. And of course, no one heard that. And it just went on to talking about how the white folks is lying about the other 44 million millionaires that are in the country. So yeah.
Homegirl says she's from Augusta and 65% black. Okay, let me ask you something then, Alice. Are you part black?
Man, you got a you got a thing for Alice, man.
No, she got no. Alice has a thing for me. She got a thing for me.
You
Because
you
if she's
gonna
not part of black, then tell me that means though she want
you gonna
want
change
black in
the
her. That's
you
if
gonna
she's not
change the
part black,
show
then therefore
Xavier
she
and
wants
change
black
this
in
into
her.
Dark
Okay.
Exodus and make it into one of these Big J Alice get together type of things and invite ARC
Yeah.
on the panel.
Yeah, she dropping coins just to talk to you, brother Big J. Just to talk to you, bro. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. She dropping them coins just to talk to you, brother Big J. She paying to holler at you, man.
I know she is. She has a thing for me. Ever since I saw her on Mo Weeks Del's channel, she been coming after me and shit with her little insults and shit. But that's all right, baby. That's all right. All right.
Oh my god!
Come on. She got herself a country boy on deck. Listen.
Well, I'm going to say this. Hold on a second, brother Big J. I'm going to say this once again. If you wish to come up here and challenge Brother Supreme on whether or not does white America owe us anything, you see the email. It's propertothought@yahoo.com. That's propertothought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. And I would be kind of disappointed if more people didn't come up here because of the shit that I hear on the internet all the time. But you know, people will say, "Oh, I'm not going up there. It's a waste of my time." You know, then they'll run back to their channel and be talking about it for 75 hours. But go ahead, y'all got it.
Hey, I'll leave it up.
She saw me.
I'll leave it up.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing though. She saw me.
Well, no, we're not making this. Come on, Big J.
Wait, hold on.
We're not making this the Big J
We got
man.
Show,
you
man.
take
Come on now.
Y'all take y'all flirting and bullshit somewhere else, man. Tonight we talking about whether or not white folk owe black folk something. We don't want to hear about you and fucking Alice's history. Get on up out of here. We ain't talking about that tonight.
It don't look about Alice no more because Super Slide says something that very pisses me off.
See, okay.
No, Super Slide just pissed me off by saying that shit. There were more white slaves, pure Civil War. Well, okay,
that's what he said.
Okay, Super Slide. If we going to sit there and go by that logic, then
but
tell me something, Super Slide.
He's not lying though.
No. I want him to explain this one then.
Brother Super Slide, you can come through, man, if you want to. You already know what it is, brother.
Yes,
let me know.
Super Slide is in line, and on top of that, there were white slaves that were being traded after the Black American slaves were set free.
Yeah, but when people are talking about slavery and abolitionist movement, you know what? I wish I had data in front of me right now. I don't know why y'all want to do this tonight. I just came on here.
What do you mean why we want to do it tonight? Because it was planned for tonight. God damn it. That's why.
Okay.
And y'all hit the goddamn like button. I'm getting tired of you Negroes. Every damn night I gotta say the same shit.
I'm glad that Super Slide put that in the chat because there's a lot of stuff that people don't want to read because it puts them in a certain mindset and they believe that, oh no, there's this only one narrative about slavery that they want to hold on to and hold dear because it protects their I think it gives them cover on a lot of things. But when you look at the fullness of the situation and read from multiple sources, it's not as what is advertised.
But here is the narrative.
Let's get to the
narrative. Here is the narrative.
Hold on, brother Big J. Let's get to the meat and potatoes here, right? What it all comes down to is Negroes don't like to say shit about things that make Negroes look bad. All right, let's just cut through the chase here. If it's a narrative that makes black folks look bad, Motherfuckers don't want to have anything to do with it. And if you talk about it, they use white supremacy to justify the thing that make Negroes look bad. Let's be honest here, man.
Let me go. Let me put it like this, because I'm gonna kill some of these talking points with the least. At least I don't have the evidence in front of me. Then I want somebody to read to me the cornerstone speech by Alexander Stephens, who was vice president of the Confederacy. Then, since you and I are Texans, SKC, maybe people need to read the Texas Accession Act of 1861. When Sam Houston was kicked out of the governor's chair, because when they brought up slavery up, they never said anything about white people. They talk about the lesser black people. They always talk about the lesser race, the lesser dark-skinned race. They kept on saying the word. The rest, they keep talking about the Negroid race or the other race or the nigger race or this race, the people outside of the white race. When they talk about slavery in these legal documents that was filed, from the 1850 Compromise Act until the Reconstruction Acts.
Yeah, and that's fine, Big J. But all I'm saying is there's a lot of other history that goes along with it.
Yeah, I understand
that's
that.
not talked
That.
about. You
I
got
understand
people,
that.
you got people running around here talking about, oh man, I'm part Indian and so forth. Not even recognizing that some Indians own slaves.
Right. And
so it's like, come on, man.
And I do. I'm not going to diminish
some of the people that was on the Trail of Tears were black slaves.
Some of them were.
People don't want to.
Black. Wait, hold on.
People don't want to do that though, man.
Well, hold on.
They took their slaves with them.
No, but some of them people were black, because because Andrew Jackson kicked them out of the Carolinas and Florida and moved them.
Man, Big J, some of them had documentation of the slaves that they owned.
I know that.
So it's like, come on.
I know that.
Like, come on.
I'm not here
and then people want to throw this whole stuff about, the whole thing about America and, and
listen,
the Indians and all this other stuff and their land being taken and all this. They was fighting and going on before people even got here.
But I'm not going to diminish the existence of them of Irish slaves. I'm not going to diminish the fact that there were such thing as Irish slaves or Irish.
Man, there was every race on the planet at some point were slaves.
Right, right. You absolutely right. But then there's a thing called
no, don't give me that stuff.
No. Some of your soldiers in Rome. Some of your soldiers in Rome.
No, don't tell me. I don't want to hear that junk about this slavery was worse. No, I don't want to hear that junk.
Why not?
Because you back in the day, you could go to there's carvings of Assyrians with their slaves where they had their people playing catch with slaves' heads and junk. So don't. It's like no.
Yeah, but I
don't think there's a good
married into. But some of those slaves married into the system, or
But there is no good slavery. Can we at least agree on that? Can we agree on that there is no good slavery? I mean, come on.
No.
You guys, slavery goes back so long, but
slavery.
The topic of the show.
What he's trying to, what SKC trying to do, is trying to tell me that African American slaves or slavery here in the New World is same as the slaves that happened to.
No, come on. No. Slavery is slavery. I ain't trying to hear that shit either. But hold on. Let me shout out my man, Brother Little Rock. I appreciate the $4.99 super chat. Brother Little Rock, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform.
Nick Taylor, he does his classic white conservative talking point. Oh,
Man.
Newsflash, no one here was a slave or knew a slave.
Man, I wouldn't.
No,
I wouldn't.
of course, though,
Big,
Nick
Big
Taylor.
J.
You don't
Nobody
want it.
knows a slave
I
or
wouldn't
knew
do
a
that
slave.
if I was you.
Big J.
You don't want it.
Big J.
You don't want it
He
with brother
does,
Nick,
he
man. You
does,
don't
he
want
does,
it.
he
Big
does.
J.
Don't
I'm
want it.
telling
Nick
you.
does
I'm
the
You
white
telling
don't
you
man
want
right
it.
now.
talking points
Big
all
J.
the
Don't
time.
want it
Big
with
J.
brother
I'm
Taylor.
telling you right
Okay.
now. You do
You
not
don't want
want.
it.
I'll go
You
ahead and
do
stop.
not want that smoke.
I'll
Don't
go
want
on
ahead.
Nick.
Yeah, you don't
Hey,
want that smoke. You don't
hey,
want that
I'll
smoke.
go ahead and
want
stop.
that.
I'll stop.
Yeah,
I'll stop.
you don't want
I'll
that
leave it
smoke,
alone.
man. That's not even smoke.
No,
That's like a fucking scraper on fire. God damn it!
No one here was a slave. Of
Nah,
course, nobody here is a slave. Of course. What do you mean?
Well, hey,
That's
guys,
like saying water is wet. Come on, man.
can I ask a
We
question?
know the fact.
Go ahead. We've been joined by Survival. Go ahead. You got it.
So I've been listening, and I saw the title about reparations and does white America owe, I'm assuming just all African immigrants or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And
But
I
we're
see
not
a
really
bunch of
talking
people. I
about
feel
reparations. I don't think he's leveling a reparations argument, though. Well, he's not, because I asked him. He's not leveling a reparations argument. What
well,
the
I
argument?
saw.
Go ahead.
So I saw. I'm not trying to argue either. Like I'm just. I like to listen to all you guys. Like to listen to everybody's opinions, and I'm not here to argue. But I just want to know how, if there was to be some sort of reparations, what kind of statute of limitations are we going to do for just about everybody else that's ever been done bad, and where do we get the money from? Because if people are done bad, sure, let's hook them up. If you guys deserve it, where is the money coming from? That's
Yeah,
what
well,
my question is.
Well, my solution to that would be, okay, you know what? I think instead of, if people want to have that argument of, you know what, white people owe us something or whatnot, okay, fine. But deal with the first debtor first. The first debtor was Africa. They screwed people over, sold them for little to nothing, and they were part of a exchange as well. That's why it's called a trade. So if you want to see where you can get money from and so forth, go to their foreign aid. Go to the West African countries that were involved, that were definitely involved in the slave trade, and you feed that foreign aid to to the black people that are arguing about these reparations for how many years it takes, and there you go. There's the money.
I mean, even there's been, there is an arguing point at some point, because I think the Asian Americans, or was it the Chinese or the Japanese that were here in World War II that all went into internment camps? They got some reparations. But I was looking at TVA, and his comment or his opinion was that the 2%, like I said, the high class should be paying for that, for reparations. I wonder how much money is he thinking people deserve, and if it all comes from the 2%, I think that ends up trickling down to everybody else, and it just ends up falling on the middle class.
Well, I don't think America has enough goddamn money to I don't think they have enough to pay what is owed, because what's a good number? I mean, and I've had this discussion with people before, and maybe a few people deserve it. A billion apiece.
Yeah, I think everybody would be fine with it.
Yeah, $1 billion apiece. Do the United States got enough money to give every black person $1 billion? Absolutely not.
Well, they've been printing money
not.
pretty fast. You guys see the
Well,
price of everything going up.
Well, they're gonna have to build a couple more. They're gonna have to,
he said he got enough money for anything, and it won't cost nobody nothing.
Yeah, but
if build a few mints,
it's going
build a few more printing presses.
Yeah, but you can't print that much money because you're going to devalue the money. So the money's not going to be good. So I mean, the way I see it, right? Here's how I would see it, and I would if I really want, if I was president today, and we want to talk about, and you Negroes come to me talking about, oh, Big J, what you gonna do about reparations? Well, I'll tell you like this. Okay, I'll take all that offshore oil. Y'all gonna make 10% out of offshore oil, just like what they do in Alaska. Like how everybody in Alaska get a paycheck every month, or off of oil. That's how I would have done it. I mean, just saying. I mean, all this bullshit about allowing
That's a
white
good
people to
point.
create is
That's
dumb.
that's a good point, and that also brings me to another question. Of I was asking this in the chat earlier, and some people were commenting, but is there a difference between white people, like as just generally just every old white guy, every white person around, and is there a difference between that and white America?
That's a
Because
good
are we going to
question.
define it as like a institutional government thing?
Yeah,
Because
that's a
I can
question.
almost
It's
see.
a question of survival because the majority of
When
white
I
people
say
that
the
are in the
white man,
country arrived after during the early 1900s, so they had like no involvement.
I think though when the people are saying the white man, they're talking about the Western civilization, not
Yeah.
necessarily
They're talking about
the
big.
individual.
Yeah, I think they're
Uh,
talking about big daddy government more than anything else. I mean,
right, the
I think
government,
that's who
the
they're.
church, the
Yeah,
institutions.
yeah,
They
that's who
can
they.
only
That's
talk
who they
about that.
talking about. They talking about the government. I mean, they're
Yeah,
not really. But on the other side of that, you always have people who will say that, oh, every white person in America benefits from white supremacy, which I don't believe because I live around white people. I make more money than most of them. I live in a nicer house than they do. I drive nicer vehicles than they do. I know I got more money than they got. I know I do.
congratulations, man! You're living the
I
American dream.
I know I do. So
But
I'm not trying to hear that
X, they
all
can
white
they can
people are rich and all some kind of
They can
food.
take it from you anytime they want.
Oh yeah, that's right. They can walk right up in here and take everything I have, take my house, take my cars, take my
Well,
dog, you know, take 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 my weapons.
with all due respect, brother X, that's one of the reasons why I feel like the argument for reparations is being kind of misrepresented. And I don't even agree with sending checks to random black people, but that's actually happened before, brother X. It's happened many times. I mean, we're laughing about it, but it's happened many
What
times
happened?
before. Again,
What happened?
Tulsa, Oklahoma, great example. You've had several instances, historical instances of successful, thriving black communities.
I know
Black
that.
people were doing what we were told to do, right? Work hard. Don't ask for
Mhm,
handouts. We had our own
mhm.
businesses. We were doing our own thing. And what the fuck happened? You had these racist white people that were jealous and they came and burned those fucking communities to the ground and they took those people's things. So, with all due respect, brother, it's happened before many times. And
Yeah,
that's
So
one of
really
the
bad.
reasons why black
yeah,
people are saying that they're owed reparations is because black
but
wealth
this
in this country. Go ahead,
brother
I'm sorry.
TBA, this isn't about reparations. This isn't because brother Supreme isn't laying down a reparations argument. That's not what he's talking about. He's not talking about reparations and how they owe all black people shit from slavery, Jim Crow, and all sorts of kind of stuff. That's not the argument that he's making. The argument that he's making is that do we feel like uh white folks owe us anything like half their money, okay?
Okay,
Half
I
their
got a
money,
scenario for
half of
that.
half of their infrastructure, half of whatever they've established. I think that's the argument that he's making. I don't think he's putting it in the sense of reparations, unless I'm mistaken, brother Supreme.
Well, the argument that I was making, because I know that some people are going to make those arguments, and I'm fine with that. Make your arguments, go with whatever you want to do with so far as reparations and all that stuff. That's fine. All I'm saying is when people do that, the typical thing that they do is they start to dig into history. And when they dig into history, they want to go back far enough, but they want to stop at a certain point. And I'm saying go to the very beginning where Africa was involved. Why don't you start there?
But if the question is if the question is do white people owe us something, then how is Africa relevant? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Okay, they're relevant. They're relevant because the whole reason of why you're having your argument is because Africa was involved.
But you just said you just said it's not about reparations. If it's not about reparations, how is slavery relevant?
I
Well,
have
you
a
said
point, you guys. I have a real quick point. So
I'm confused. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
it's just gonna be really quick, and it's actually a question. But so I grew up, went to school, black guy. His name was Steve Jackson. I was friends with him for a long time. We were roommates. We both got into the electrical trade at the same time. We were both born in the same year, 1983. Graduated together. We both became electricians together. He decided he doesn't want to be an electrician anymore. He's a fireman now, like a legit fireman. And I'm still an electrician, but if there was to be a reparation bill, I mean, he makes a lot more money than me, but I'm white and he's black. And if there was a reparation bill to be passed, or if there was some sort, would it be me giving him money? Because I don't see how he deserves my money.
We're
He
not.
already
We're
makes
not. So
more.
listen,
That's not
people,
okay.
people
That's not.
that argue for reparations are not talking about your average, unless you're talking about, you do have your extremists that are, yeah, we need to go to every white person, they need to give me their house and all. We're not talking about those extremist motherfuckers.
Give me your house.
From what I understand, the average person that speaks for reparations and fights for it says, look, we're not talking about the average white person. You motherfucker, with all due respect, okay, because I'd used some racial slurs before. All right, so let's just, okay, with all due respect, the average white person, you don't even own the fucking Ford that you drive. You don't own the fucking double wide you live in. You don't own the fucking house that you possibly have. You don't own most of the things. How the fuck are you going to pay us reparations? Okay, so let's be logical here. Let's be reasonable. Let's not misrepresent the reparations argument if we're going to discuss it.
Yeah,
I don't hear the average, and to be honest, I hear people like Umar Johnson also saying that African countries do owe. I've heard many people that argue for reparation say that both. It's institutions here in America that did benefit from the institution of slavery and do till this day, okay, because they directly benefited from that wealth. Corporations like, for instance, Norfolk Southern, it's documented. So again, these people are not the average reparations person. They're not talking about taking money from the average white person. That's not the argument. Okay, please chill out. Stop your fake outrage. Oh, we don't know you. Shit, I don't know you. Motherfucker, they're not talking to you. Shut the fuck up.
I had no.
Let's be real.
Outrage.
Back in slavery,
I'm not outraged,
most white people, you didn't have money. You didn't have money. That's why you guys were used as cannon fodder in the Civil War. The rich white men that actually owned slaves, they weren't on the battlefield. They sent you dirt-faced poor white boys that were out there fighting for slavery, the institution that was keeping you poor and unemployed. You motherfuckers were so dumb that you were fighting to keep that institution alive. Why would I hire a white man that I got to keep paying when I can buy an African and then just keep breeding them for free?
But that's
another conversation.
Yeah, but
that's another conversation. Poor white people have been tricked by rich white people for a long time to fight against their own interests. You guys have been doing that for a long time.
I agree. I'm not poor, but I agree.
But here is the dicey question. Here's the dicey issue that SKC laid out. Okay, because he already said this earlier about Africans, West Africans should pay for slavery. But then though he kind of forgot though that Western European powers colonized that same location, and then America kind of helped recolonize it by sending our CIA to fuck up people like Patrice Mutomba and
like MK Ultra, that kind of stuff, Project Mockingbird, all that stuff.
So we're gonna be paying each other for the end of time. It's not gonna be,
all I'm saying, Big J, that argument's gonna be a circular argument. Before I leave out, Big J, the only thing I'm saying is this: Africa, West Africa, the chiefs, the merchants, the traders, and certain families made a buttload of money off of the slave trade.
And I know that
they made a boatload of money. Okay, just let me finish.
Can you hang out for a minute, SKC? Can you hang out for a minute?
Just let me finish, and I'm gonna head on out.
Hey, can you hang out when I present something, SKC? I brought something up for you, SKC.
Oh, okay, but they made a buttload of money all the while over these many centuries that they made this amount of money. They drained the human resources of these countries. Now, centuries later down the line, because these countries were backward because they traded away a lot of their human resources, now the place where the slaves were sent and their offspring are paying taxes that are going back to those countries because of what they did.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to have to correct
What the
somebody.
fuck does that have to
What
do
kind
with
of-
white people?
Hold on.
What can you correct, Big
I'm
J?
going to have to correct somebody.
What is there to correct?
No, I got to
What
correct
SKC
somebody in
said?
that chat room because
Oh,
somebody
the chat.
Yeah.
You cannot
Yeah, I'm
build.
sorry.
You cannot
I'm
build
sorry.
irrigation
As somebody,
with limited human resources.
He's been a history.
You cannot build
history
infrastructure with limited human resources. You sold away all your human resources that could have been used to do all that stuff, and then centuries later, beg the places that use the human resources, albeit in harsh ways, that because you didn't have the insight to do it the way that it should have been done. Now you're begging those other countries for money.
I think this idea what you're saying about making the Africans pay for reparations when
I'm not
the
saying
natural
make them
boundaries.
pay. I'm not saying make them pay. I'm saying, you know what? Just give up your foreign aid for a while.
No,
hey, brother Xavier, can I jump?
No,
in
but
what
I want out the deal, and I might have to do a live stream on this. What I want out the deal is like a trade policy where the primary raw materials is given to Black Americans or black people.
Black who decides who gets it?
Yeah.
Is there like a
trade policy? I said what did I say? I said a trade policy.
But who's gonna get it? Is the twerking strip club chicks gonna get it?
How do they decide? How do they decide for these millions that they give these white people faking their Native American ancestors?
No.
You got white people in Alabama, and that's not the only state. You got white people down in Alabama that have been scamming the government for decades in this country, lying about being Native Americans, getting free money. Now tell me that's a lie. Tell me that shit doesn't happen.
Floyd tonight.
So they can figure it out when it comes to giving them money. They can figure it out. They can figure it out when it comes to giving money to Israel.
TVA, you got
your black ass tax dollars going to that shit, by the way.
TVA, you got to grow up in a white neighborhood, a white city.
We didn't have shit to do with no damn World War II or any Hitler shit. Why are we paying Israel?
Can we tap down the temperature down for a minute?
Yeah, hold on a second, because I want to get Brother Trey in here. Go ahead, Brother Trey. What you got, man?
All right, so I brought something for SKC. Since we were talking about history and slavery, I just shared it in the back. I'll pull it up. If you could pull it up, Brother Xavier. It's a document from the Journal of Negro History from 1824. And what this is, it's a compilation of data from the 1830 census. When we did those things.
Wait a minute. Is it the white man's data?
No, this was written by a bunch of black scholars, including Carter G. Woodson, compiled this data.
I like to let my audience know when it's the white man's data. Go ahead.
But to me, it's American data. Give me a second, Big J. Give me a second, Big J. And I got to drop off. I got to go to work. But just to bring it up the history perspective, I'm not going to get into white slavery. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. There were tons, but we're not going to get into that. But what we're looking at is this. If we're saying, does white America owe anybody anything? Does Africa owe whoever owes? Okay, then we got to get into this question of who's owed what. So do ADOS owe people, are they owed anything? Because you got to think about it. After, the Civil War, when the North came, they basically took away a whole lot of money and, businesses that black slave owners had. It basically put them in the poorhouse as well. So are they owed reparations? Are they owed something from the United States government? And I just want to give just let me read this quick excerpt about how, a little comedy about how funny it was back then. Some of these husbands talk about men who would buy their wives, basically. Some of these husbands were anxious to liberate their wives immediately. They considered it advisable to put them on probation for a few years. If they did not find them satisfactory, they would sell their wives as other slaveholders disposed of Negroes. For example, a Negro shoemaker, cobbler, in Charleston, South Carolina, purchased his wife for $700. But after finding her hard to please, he sold her a few months thereafter for $750. He gained $50 in equity on her. These women didn't know how to act back then. This is 1830, y'all. But this is the main point of that, y'all. You want to talk about black slave owners in in 1830. This is Alabama. This is page 44. Now watch as I scroll. This is from the U.S. Census. You want to make Umar Johnson mad? Show him this. You want to make all the pro-blacks heads explode? Show him this.
What is it?
This is the U.S. Census from 1830. Data of black slave owners. That was page 44 to page 84.
But you telling me something I already know though.
No, I'm just saying your point as far as who deserves.
I don't see where it says that's what the. I don't see where it says that's what that is.
Nigga, shut
no. What does it say that that's what that list is?
Now
how much money do we want? Let's all get some money.
How much do these?
No. Where does it say? No, where does it say that's what that list is?
Nigga, shut the fuck up. Goddamn.
Yeah, because you're fucking lying, bro. You're full of shit. You goddamn lying. That's not a whole list of black slave owners.
Hold on. He is not.
That's not what that list is, bro. You're full of shit.
Hold on. Here's the thing. Hold on. I forgot. The dude who was talking. He's showing me the journal. You're not lying, but here is the kicker. Those people was buying their own children.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
Husbands and wives.
Not all of them.
No. Some.
Not all of them. Not
half
all of them.
Buying their own children.
Not all of them, bro.
That was sold. Bro. They got their own freedom. Then they turn around, got money.
Did you just read what I just said, bro? Did you hear what I just said? He bought his wife. The bitch didn't want to act right, so he sold her ass back to the white man and made $50 off the deal. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
that's actually pretty fucked up, but
yeah.
How was it messed up though? How is it messed up? It's the thing. Is we're gonna be men. If you're a man, why should you live with an incorrigible woman when you got the means to get rid of that ass?
Maybe it was he that was fucked up. You ever thought about that?
Come on, stop simping, bro.
No. There ain't no simping. Simping for who? Hold on. We got to outlaw all this word simping because that term's been overly used.
Bro, here's the deal.
Well,
when automatically you defer to the woman. Maybe he was in the wrong.
That's what I think is fucked up. The fact that he sold her to people, just kick her the fuck out. I mean, that seller.
Yeah,
just throw out.
Yeah, that was a fucked up shit.
I'm on mobile. So it's way too small to see. But is there a number that the reparations need to be in there? How much money do we owe? White America.
Why do you keep saying we? I just explained we're not talking about average white people, bro.
Because we're not talking about average white. That's the title.
You're an average white guy, dude. We're not talking about you. People that are talking about
the title
people that are arguing for reparations, they're not talking about average white.
Scrolling across the bottom. It says, does white America owe us anything? That's scrolling.
That's a question. So the argument answered.
I just want to know how much.
In regards to reparations, the answer would be no. The average white person does not owe shit. We're not talking about the average white person. No. If that's your question,
it says white America.
Hey, in today's money,
so the answer would be no. The answer to that question would be no.
That question has been answered about 10 times already.
Well, Big J, Brother Xavier,
we had answered the question for 10 fucking times already, and you still want to ask the question? Something wrong with you.
This man made $1,500
10 times already.
Hold up,
Big J, chill out, man. It's all good. It's all good.
I'm gonna dip out, guys.
It's not about the average white person.
Go ahead, Brother Trey. Go ahead,
It's been a pleasure. Thank you guys for having me on.
It's not about the average white person. Every time you gotta say that shit.
Bro, y'all chill, bro. Here's the deal. But that man, Brother Xavier, he made $1,500 in American money today off of, flipping her. But here's the deal, man. It's that
he said flipping her.
In today's society, brothers go through hell, just going through straight hell, child support. Now, you put all this power, you see this list, you know what I'm saying? It's thousands of black slave owners, you know what I'm saying? You done.
That's not what that list is. Show us where it says that's what that list is.
Dumb niggas. God damn.
Right. You're a lying piece of shit, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Go back to Kennesaw.
I know you conservatives and your tactics, bro. I know your tactics.
TVA.
I know your tactics.
I'm talking to Brother Xavier, bro. Afterwards, when I dip, man, you can say whatever you want about me. Could you please?
It's easy to just scroll and show what that list is.
TVA. Have some respect, bro.
Brother Trey, can you blow it up a little bit? Can you blow it up?
Right.
Is there any way
It
you
should
can
be
blow it up?
easy to just show like what the
Brother
list
TVA.
is. I mean,
No, I'm not doing what the fuck you want, brother TVA. You look at the fuck up if you want to find out.
got 'em.
You're educated around.
I know these
white people.
conservatives, brother X. I know these niggas, man. I know their tactics.
Brother TVA.
I know what
can
they
you
do.
Chill for a minute.
They're lying motherfuckers,
show
man.
some
Go ahead, bro. I'm
self-restraint?
sorry.
Now, brother Xavier, what I was saying is this. Now, if a man goes through all that to free himself, saves up his money, got his freedom. Okay, let me go ahead and get this old Betty. Let me go ahead and get her free. Then she starts acting like basically a strag of the day after you done put in that hard work to basically get your freedom. Why should you stay? And at the time, basically, that's the only means in which you could get rid of her. You own her. You can't divorce her.
So you can't just give her away. You got to sell her.
Yeah.
You got to sell her.
You know, it's men's rights. You know,
I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it.
Man, you manosphere nuts. I swear to God, y'all. And that's why that woman who wrote the book, Daughters of the Trade, she told you Negroes. She told you and BJ stop using her book against black women. She told you niggas to stop that bullshit. But that's where a different story.
Why are you so in defense of black women, Big J?
No. I'm against your rhetoric. It's not about defending the black woman. It's about your rhetoric.
You're against men's rights.
Your rhetoric is not helpful.
How you just gonna hijack my brother David Carroll shit like that, brother? You know that ain't what you ain't. Why you say? You know that. Come on,
don't be over here plagiarizing, brother David Carroll. Goddamn it! Don't be over here plagiarizing.
What did David Carroll say? I don't listen to David Carroll. What did he say?
Well, I use his shit sometime too. You know that whole leapfrog thing. I do use that from time to time.
We all do. We all do. Go ahead, brother Charles.
I be plagiarizing David Carroll ever since me and him talked on the Chat Factor show back in 2015. That some of y'all might know. But anyway, that's about 7 years ago when me and him had a conversation on that show. But I wish you niggas stop
Brother X, I don't think we're talking about the average white person. I agree with what you said before I jumped up here. We're not talking about that. When I say, because
we're not talking about the average white boy.
Right. So to answer the question, no, I don't think white America as a whole owes black people anything. No, and in fact, if we're talking about reparations in regards to reparation. Because again, slavery kept being brought up. That's why I'm confused. That's why when I got up, I'm thinking, okay, reparations must be relevant in this conversation because he kept bringing slavery into the conversation. And it's like the question is, does white America owe us anything? But it's like his response is, well, I'm just saying, I think y'all should go to Africa first. Okay, so are you saying they do or they don't? Like, what the fuck? It sounds like you agree that they do, but you just want us to go to Africans first?
Well,
like, is that what you're saying?
TVA,
I don't, so I was just confused. I'm sorry.
Okay, Big J,
listen,
TVA, both of you guys grew up in white neighborhoods around white people. You got your reparations. What's owed to you? You got to grow up around white people in nice areas.
I can tell you about the passive aggressive.
So what? That's feelings, man. You
the passive aggressiveness from the white boys. I can tell you. I can tell you about living in the suburbs. It was not easy. It was not easy. It wasn't easy.
Around Pookie.
I learned a lot about these people. I learned a lot about these people, and I learned one thing: you niggas that claim that white people don't care about race and don't talk about race.
Did you get shot?
Okay, I mean, I'm telling you,
I'm just saying, brother X.
I'm gonna say something to you. It's not as peaches and cream as you think it is. No, it's not. I mean, the bullshit. When I say bullshit, I'm talking about we're going to jail because I went to jail on some bullshit. Okay,
white people put you in jail.
Was it because of the white folks you lived around, or did you do some bullshit?
I was accused.
It
was bullshit. It was bullshit.
Well, there you go. It's nothing. You guess what, man? We both went to jail. Big ups.
What I'm saying is
accountability.
Huh?
What personal accountability? I got locked up too, man. It was my choice. I did something stupid, and I had to
This
face
story
the
ain't starting out good, BJ.
You know what? I'm
This
not,
story ain't starting out good, BJ.
I'm not going to say anything about it because that's, I'm not
Committing
trying to
crimes, man.
put my biz out on the YouTube streets. But it was some
Too
bullshit.
late.
I had no problem, but I got out of jail in 45 minutes though. But the point was, they should never arrest me in the first fucking.
Wait. But you just said you did some bullshit.
45 minutes?
Yeah, I was in there for 45 minutes.
You admitted you did some bullshit, and you were in jail for 45 minutes.
Steal a Snickers bar? Did you steal a Snickers bar?
TVA, you very hard at listening.
God, I wish I would have grew up around white people.
I said it was on some bullshit. I was wrestling on some bullshit. I ain't did anything. It was on some bullshit.
Okay, well, that's what he asked, brother. You need to listen better. That's what he asked you.
Due process work, then. You know what I'm saying? The American way of law work.
Bullshit that I got arrested in the first place.
Okay, well, you know what you could have done? You can file a lawsuit.
Quick question. Would you rather get arrested where you was living at around them white folks? Would you rather get arrested in Nigeria?
I'd rather get arrested here in the good old United States.
No,
I'd rather get arrested in these United. I know how them foreign jails are. That's the last place. Shit, I want to go. Hell, man.
One question before I get out of here, Big J.
Louisiana.
Hey, did they offer you a cigarette?
Trey, real quick. Why don't people like you acknowledge? Why don't people like you acknowledge the real reason why a lot of African countries are poor, like Zimbabwe, for instance, and all those economic sanctions designed to cripple the economy?
Deserve this shit.
I'm just saying, why do y'all like to just bring up Africa, like just pulling Africa out your ass? Like these crackers have nothing to do with the conditions over there.
I don't give a fuck about Africa. I give zero shits about Africa. I give shits about three countries: United States of America, Jamaica, my mom's country, and Dominican Republic, my wife's country. That's it. Fuck everybody else.
You think you're Dominican now, nigga?
Nigga, did you hear what the fuck I just said? Growing up around white people hurt your ears, bro.
Talking about you claiming the Dominican Republic, nigga. They don't claim your weird black ass.
Can you read? Can you listen? My wife's
brother, were you trying to get up out of here or something, man? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Peace, brother Trey. Oh, freaking the Hoodservative is down there. What's good, brother Hoodservative? What you got? But hold up, before you say something, because this super chat's been hanging around for a while. Just hold on for 1 minute. Shout out to brother D Rock. I appreciate that, brother D Rock. That $2.99 super chat. You get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Brother Hoodservative, man, what's good with it, man?
Hey, what's going on, brother X? Thanks for having me. I thought you rescheduled this thing too, man. I didn't even notice you were on until I just started scrolling through my subscriptions.
Oh, well, we started off with Brother Supreme. He came in here and lit a damn fire and left. And just left it burning and shit and hauled ass, some old, I'm going to throw a Molotov cocktail in the building and run type shit. So he started this whole thing, man. He started it.
No, that's to be expected. That's why he and I get along well. We understand each other's tactics.
So what's good? What you got for us, man?
Well, I mean, obviously white folk don't owe us nothing, and I'm actually like in the car right now, so when I get settled in, I want to pull up a few clips that we can maybe add to the conversation, but for now I would just say hell, I would argue right now in 2021 in the state of Black America, Black women owe the Black community more than white America owes the Black community.
That's a very, very compelling statement that you just made. And I would find it hard to disagree with you. If you look back and you look how certain parts of Black society is right now, right? And I know a lot of us, like, oh, y'all always pointing the finger at women and all this kind of bullshit. But I mean, instead of blaming a system for the shit that these women do, how come we're never calling them to account? How come we're always, as Brother David Carroll says, leapfrogging, over them and leapfrogging 200 and 300 years and connecting the dots to that, as opposed to connecting the dots to the people who have the direct impact, not just on the community or the lifestyle or the culture, but they have a direct impact on the children. All right. The direct impact on the children. And when you're talking about the future of Black society, you're not talking about a bunch of Negroes who 30, 40, 50, 60 years old. Okay. You're talking about the people who are 3, 4, 5, and 6 years old. All right. I can't stress that shit enough. I mean, we always talking about the future of Black society, but I never hear motherfuckers talking about the kids. I mean, where do they come in at? We too busy trying to save these hoes and acting like, these hoes that are dysfunctional and can't be saved, don't got 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 kids. So what, you just gonna save her, and now when you save her, it's gonna trickle down to the kids, right? I mean,
right.
I don't know. Go ahead.
And that's the thing, like, and the argument isn't all about them all night, but that's just one element of it, just to sort of, rip it open. Like, how can we hold white America accountable for its crimes when, I say this so many times, and it's just like, I'm gonna say it until I die. Black man, and you want to run your family the way you see fit, white America is not your enemy. Black female power is your enemy. The Black woman that you have children with is the first person who's going to prevent you from living your dream as the patriarchal Black father. And that right there is the beginning of so much Black happiness and Black success and Black wealth that just never gets to happen, because the relationship between Black men and Black women is so skewed into the women's favor. So just that one element right there.
We're gonna pretend like this system hasn't enabled Black women to do that. This system didn't put Black women in that position. Who came and offered them the money from the government? Who came in and offered to replace the fathers in the first
into it though? But they
right, true. But let's not act like the system and society didn't have a hand in it. They're hand in hand. They're partners. They're partners in this. They were partners in getting the family, the fathers out of the homes. Let's keep it real. I mean, Black women didn't do it alone. They had some help,
I'm not saying they're doing it alone, but I think that they have a greater impact on the future generations than the freaking white man and the Ku Klux Klan and slavery and all this kind of stuff. I just think they have a greater hand in it because their hand is direct. All right. It's not it's not some goddamn, some inadvertent hand. All right. I mean, whatever these kids are doing and what they're learning and how they're being bred has a lot more to do with what's going on inside that goddamn house than it do what's going on inside the government. And shout out to Dr. T. Hassan Johnson, because the good doctor talks about this kind of stuff. He talks about the effect of children, the effect that children feel because of the bad decision making of their mothers and the way their mothers abuse them, the way they neglect them, the way they don't freaking rear them the right way. So shout out to the good doctor, T. Hassan Johnson. Y'all need to get down there and check out the good doctor as well. So let me ask you this. Oh, and by the way, brother TBA, I'm surprised you're here. Are you in Atlanta? You in Atlanta right now? Are you?
No, I'm actually I'm in New Mexico. I'm over the road. Yeah.
Shit. Oh shit. Okay. That's right. You're a truck driver. So let me ask y'all brothers this. Do you believe that when you hear people talk, because I had a brother on my stream the other night, and he said that white folks, and I wish he had came tonight. I wish he had, because he would have been good for this conversation. He said that white folks should give us Black folks half of their stuff. What do y'all think about that? Should white folks hand over half of their stuff to us?
That's an example of the extreme argument, the extreme end of the reparations argument. You see, you got extreme of every argument, and when people want to be disingenuous, I'm not talking about you, but when people want to be disingenuous, this X, they go grab that extreme, they go grab that that person that's talking, just the person that they can associate with the ideology or the idea or the perspective or the whatever. But then also they have some crazy ass views as well. So they well, you see, this is this. No, the average person, when you talk to the average person like a Dr. Claude Anderson, people that do advocate reparations, but will say, no, I don't believe in sending checks to just sending random checks. Hell no. We ain't talking about taking money from random white people. Hell no. That's not what it's about. This is institutional. Okay. We're talking about institutions that have billions of dollars, if not trillions. They have plenty of fucking money. You don't even need to tap into tax money, because again, we're talking about institutions. Now the government arguably owes as well, but that's another argument. But also he kept bringing up Africa. Again, if you talk to the average person that talks about reparations, they will admit, yeah, some African countries do owe too.
Well, how
I've
about
heard
this,
many
TVA?
people say that.
Can we try this type of reparations argument? I'm pro reparations, but only for a certain type of black person. There were a bunch of black people in this country who owned slaves, who built wealth, who were the pillars. They were the economic foundations of their fucking community. Off the back of slavery. Off the back of slavery. Yeah. There were a bunch. There were a bunch, bro. We was killing it out here. There were. First of all, there were individuals who were vastly wealthy. But no, there were thousands of black slave owners.
That's a goddamn lie. That's a motherfucking lie, dude. That's a lie.
We're talking about in just maybe South Carolina. In South Carolina, after a certain time, you can record thousands of black slave owners. You don't want to look, bro. You don't want to look. Stop it. You don't want to look.
Thousands of black slave owners.
Admit you have never looked, bro. I know you haven't looked.
I have looked.
This is like asking a heathen what's in the Bible, bro. You haven't looked.
I've read into this shit.
You haven't looked. So you don't know that there were thousands of black slave owners in just South Carolina. What about Louisiana?
What's your source for that?
What about Louisiana?
What's your source for
the
that?
census records of the time.
You mean the same bullshit list Trey just tried to show, but wouldn't show the goddamn title to prove that that's what the list was showing? The fuck out of here, bro. Y'all are full of shit. Thousands of black slave owners. Come on, man.
Bro, the records that prove black slave owners are the same records that prove black slavery.
What records?
It's all a lie. So it's all a lie.
What records? What records?
So, no. We were never slaves. Fuck it. We were never slaves, right?
Dude, what records show that there were these thousands of black slave owners?
No, hold the fuck up, bro. If you looked into it, you know for a fact that there were records proving black slavery. So how much did you read?
You made the claim. I've never seen that. That's why I'm asking you, because I've never seen anyone say thousands of black. So I'm calling bullshit. I'm asking what the fuck your source is. Don't fucking play with me, bro. I don't like that shit.
When I get able to actually share better, when I get able to share better, because I'm driving, I'm in the car right now, I'll share more. For the time,
that's fair.
Let me make my statement for the time without arguing with you. There were thousands of black slave owners. Those black slave owners were the economic pillars of their community. And those white Yankees came from up north and fucked all their money up. I want my money. I want my money as a descendant of black slave owners.
Do you have one name? One name
I want reparations for black slave owners, bro.
Do you have one of the names?
If you own slaves and the North took your property, you should get paid.
Have one name, thousands, but you don't have a single name. Okay.
If you own slaves and the white man came up and took your shit, you should get paid. Why don't you want those black people to get paid for their property, TVA?
This is too easy, bro.
Why don't you want those black people to get paid for their property?
Sir, you've yet to even prove
if it was just one.
Thousands of black slave owners.
Even if it was one. Let's say it's just one, bro. Let's say it's just.
Oh shit, we lost him. He must have went through a
tunnel. He said he was driving. I hope the nigga didn't. God damn, I hope the nigga. I hate when niggas come try to be on panel.
Even if it was just one. Even if it was just one, why don't you want him to get paid for what the white man did to him?
He should. They should.
Oh, so you should get reparations. So you should get reparations. Hold on.
I think the family descendants.
Are you saying that slave owners should get reparations?
The descendants of that one black slave owner should pay into the reparations program. I would agree with that.
You totally lost the argument. No, you totally lost the argument.
Not these imaginary thousands.
TVA, you totally don't understand the argument. If you were a black slave owner, that means you should be paid for your property.
should be paid for you. But no, you shouldn't. No, you shouldn't.
Why not? The government came and took my shit. And not only did they take my shit,
None of the-
I was the economic pillar of my community before the government came and took my shit. The
That's
white
too
Yankee
bad.
government
That's
from
too
up
bad.
north.
That's too bad.
Oh, so now it's too bad.
You were a black
you
man
have funny
willing. You
morals
were a
about
black
this
man
black
willing
thing.
to engage in the practice of chattel slavery of your own people. Fuck you.
So what? So what? Why can't they get it like
That's
the
my
white
answer
man?
to your question. Fuck that
Why
guy.
can't
I
they
don't
do
give a shit
everything the
about
white
this
man
white.
does in the white man's country?
If you request
the white
it,
man's slaves got taken away too. So I mean, shit.
if you request it, the link, make sure you check your email. And you Negroes hit that goddamn like button, because if you don't, I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams. Don't make me do it, Negroes. Don't make me do it. Hit that goddamn like button, Negroes. But this is the thing. This is what gets me, right? Because you hear this a lot on the internet. And I think that people think that white people should suffer just for the simple fact that their ancestors had slaves. I've literally heard people say that, well, oh, they deserve it because of what they did to us. We should be allowed to call them crackers and we should be allowed to do shit to them, but they can't do shit to us because, you know, we were the oppressed people and they were the oppressors. So we should get away with certain shit. We should be able to do certain things because, see, the white man need to understand what we went through back in the day. I hear a lot of that shit. And that shit just don't fly with me, because you can't sit up here and tell me because this motherfucker's great grandfather might have owned a slave that wasn't even related to your black ass, that they should go ahead and endure whatever black folks throw at them for the simple fact that they're white. I just don't believe in that kind of shit, man. Maybe I'm just a coon, but I just don't think that that's square. And I don't think that we should be sitting around here constantly expecting white people to be giving us the benefit of the doubt because our ancestors might have been slaves. I just don't believe that shit, man. I just don't.
I can agree with that, but I would have to argue against any narrative that black people are somehow giving white people some kind of hell, or we're talking about the same people that, I mean, black people frustrate me with all this forgiveness talk. Every time we turn around, some black person has got shot or got wrong. You just had a black woman get shot by get shot by a white cop or something like that. She got shot. She shot her in the back. She was allegedly trying to reach for a taser, and she mistakenly grabbed her pistol. That somehow keeps happening, right? And this black woman's talking about, I forgive her and don't want to press charges.
What story are you
So
referring to? I've never heard that.
this narrative that black people are just so hateful towards white people, y'all know that ain't the truth. Black people love white people. Come on,
yeah, of
man.
course they do. They
Come
love
on,
white
y'all.
What's that woman's name?
Come on, man.
They
It's acting
can't
like
get
black
enough
people,
of them.
we these hateful folks, and we just giving white people just catching hell from black people and all of that. No, come on now. Y'all know that ain't true.
Yakub demands
What is that
silence.
woman's name, bro? What is that woman's name? Because that was the Jacob Blake story. I mean, not Jacob Blake.
It's a recent
the woman
story.
that's on trial now. She grabbed for her taser and then
It's a white female cop. That's all I know. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that, you said that was a woman that got shot, though.
No, yeah, this was a woman. Yeah, this was a black female. I know that. Yeah, I know that for a fact.
Right. Dante Wright. That's the boy. That's the boy who died. So, like, name the case, bro.
I don't know the name of the black woman. I saw the video in passing a few hours ago earlier today. I'll have to go get it.
Did you see the video of the guy in the wheelchair who got shot by the cops, like in Vegas or something?
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah, Mike V sent me a link to that. Yeah.
Yeah, total white supremacy, huh?
Wasn't it a white guy?
Duh.
There's a white guy that got shot. Okay, well, I mean, I have the same response to that the average white American has to when a black person gets shot like that.
White supremacy.
See,
I'm indifferent.
I'm not the one
to
to say that says that, you know,
he should have
racism
complied. The officer did ask him to keep. From what I understand, not what the cop said. He kept asking him to stop. Didn't he keep asking him to stop? The officer kept giving him a goddamn order. And then wait a minute, Hood Sir, do you believe this guy was a victim? Because I swear to God, if it's a black person not complying in any fucking way, if the cop tells that black man to spit his fucking gum out and he doesn't, and he shoots him in the fucking face for it, Hood Conservative's black ass is going to be saying he deserved it. So are you saying, all of a sudden, now you're against police brutality? Are you saying you're against that? Are you saying you're against that shooting, Hood Conservative? That's what you're saying. But Ahmaud Arbery deserved to die.
Well,
Eric Garner deserved to be choked the fuck out.
Dude, you talk like a woman. I'll wait for you to.
No, I'm asking. Are you against this particular shooting?
Ask 15 things.
Because I just find it funny that when it's a white person getting shot in the fucking back by a cop, you have a problem, but you didn't say shit about when it was Walter Scott in South Carolina. You defended that shooting too. I remember. So I just think it's funny.
I think you can answer now, David.
I'm waiting for him to ring his tampon out.
Are you against the wheelchair shooting or not?
Come on, man. Go ahead, brother. Conservative.
Like, dude, we can be like respectful gentlemen here, but why not? I don't understand, bro.
Are you against the wheelchair shooting or not?
Bro? What is wrong with you?
You're gonna answer the question.
The wheelchair shooting. The wheelchair shooting is iffy. I don't know. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying he's right. Listen, I can accept the fact that it happened and we should watch the fucking evidence, but I don't know. He was a guy with a big ass knife, but he had a little rascal scooter. Part of it's funny, but like
he had a weapon too?
Are you saying he had a weapon? People with his rascal
he had a weapon?
Yes, he had a big ass knife, bro. Are you saying he couldn't stab? You saying he couldn't stab a waitress? You saying he couldn't stab a cashier? I'm like, maybe maybe it's all right. I don't know. This
was a black man.
Maybe it's all right.
I'm done.
Maybe it's all right. Maybe we don't need that one guy in the wheelchair. Like, I don't know. Maybe
I know it hurt your soul seeing that white man get shot down like that. Guess what? I don't give a fuck. Okay, I don't fucking care because it happens to black men all the goddamn time, and especially if the black man has a weapon, everyone will say he deserved it. They won't care that he's running away. They're gonna say that nigga had a weapon and he deserved it. So fuck this guy. I don't care. I don't give a shit. And every single person hearing this knows it. If it's a black man with a knife, he deserved to get shot. Y'all know it. Period. Y'all fucking know it. This nigga's full of shit, man.
All right.
This is the bullshit that I'm talking about, dude. You're not principled and you're not consistent at all.
Well, we've been joined by brother Citizen Lou. What's good with it, brother Lou?
What's up, brother X?
What you got for us, man?
Nothing, man. I've been actually thinking about this reparation topic. Well, I see O as anything, but that's basically reparations, right? We don't have to mince words, right? I think that it should be. Go ahead.
Well, you can talk to reparations, but when brother SKC was up here, I don't think he was really making the reparation argument per se. He wasn't making a reparation argument. He never mentioned reparations. But go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. My bad. Because all right, then how could they? I'm just trying to figure out then if that's not the case, then what would it be? You know what I mean? Like, what is it like? Yeah, I'm a little confused now. Then,
well, the title is, "Does White America Owe Us Anything?" Do they owe us money? Do they owe us property? Do they owe us political power? Do they owe us land? Do they owe us health care? Do they owe us anything? Anything is the question. You got it.
I mean, I guess some restitution could be paid, right? But I guess it's the way it'll be paid is the problem. Like, is it going to be a check? Is, like you said, it's going to be that's kind of hard to gauge, right? Because do we have a Negro escrow account that we can that we can get white people.
I think you just lost your Gulag Gang membership, bro. Saying that.
Oh, you nah, it's cool. But I was thinking about it. Like, I mean, it could be something like, I guess Black Americans, I don't know, don't have to pay income tax or something for like a certain amount of years, I guess, to accumulate. I'm thinking or property, or avoid like a property tax, maybe like a 75% off the property tax, something like that, right? Because I think it'd be hard to just, get any other way. I think, in my opinion, because if the government is the one who did it, then they're gonna have to do something, right? Some type of restitution. I don't think every white person is gonna like have to take out their money and do it. I think the government's gonna have to.
How many slaves did the government own?
You said how many slaves the government owned?
Think about the argument. If the government is the one that owes the debt, you're kind of arguing that the government is directly responsible, but the government, I don't think, really owns slaves.
Yeah, but they made it legal. They instituted black codes.
That's like the second. Sorry, that's like the Second Amendment argument, where because guns are legal, they want to sue the gun manufacturers. Like you're making wild leaps here. So because slavery is legal, the government owes people money now?
Well, I mean, if the government made the rules, right? I don't understand. If the government specifically goes after a group, right? Shouldn't the government have to pay restitution?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm just kind of working out the argument here, because the government is also like made up the people. Like the individual in this country also made that agreement as a nation. It wasn't like the king decreed this shit.
Yeah, but black people weren't a part of that government yet, though.
Yeah, the story of Anthony Johnson begs to differ, bro. Because now when you start actually digging into the historical precedent, it changes the arguments. That's why we talk about Anthony Johnson so much. He is a very relevant figure.
But wasn't he like wasn't he octoroon though? Like he wasn't like fully black. He was like 1/8 black, right?
I don't know if he was octoroon. His picture looks black enough, but I think his story is he was like an African off the continent. So I don't know.
I don't know. I thought I was thinking of because most of those slave owners were like mulattoes, right? Like they weren't.
A lot were, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was. So I mean.
Well, the argument doesn't necessarily change in that sense. Actually, by saying mulatto, you're just diluting the reparations argument, to tell you the truth. But the argument doesn't necessarily change what I'm making for you. The argument that I'm making to you right now doesn't change because of Anthony Johnson's parentage. His case is the first case that legally enshrined African slavery.
No, it's important because if he came from white people, then it's not like black people own slaves, right?
Well, the black person argues for it. That's kind of the ironic historical hook. So a black slave graduates off the plantation. I know graduate's a fucked up word, but he graduates off the plantation. He gets a plantation of his own. He has white slaves and black slaves. One of his black slaves that's African actually tries to leave after his indentured service is up. And he does some fuck shit. Don't get me wrong, he did some fuck shit and try to hold him, but he goes to court and says because he's African and not like American born, he doesn't get that protection. And that was the first case that enshrined African slavery as a unique, like total system. There wasn't really no more white slavery like encoded the way you're talking about.
Yeah, but that's kind of one person, right? I mean, if we're talking about the overall,
no, that's legal precedent. That's the significance of it. Legal precedent right now will get you out of jail. Legal precedent will get you off death row.
I would highly suggest everyone read up on this case yourself. This nigga's already proven he's a liar. He said thousands. Okay, this nigga, everyone heard it. Okay, and he cannot produce this thousands list. Okay, he couldn't produce a few names or any of that shit. So I would highly suggest people read up behind this case. I will get the facts for you. So by the way, Shiba Inu is dropping fast right now for my crypto people right now. Hey, it looks like a good buy just in case people, just in case no one knows about it. Just
Yeah,
saying.
you look into Anthony Johnson while you're at it. I'm telling you, it's things you should know.
Well, there was a book called what was it? The Outliers, right? It's called a book called The Outliers, and it was talking about like Jamaica, right? And you look at the lighter skinned Jamaicans who had slaves came from the French, right? Or the people who colonized it. So it's like, I mean, I see what you're saying, that one story, right, of Anthony Joshua, but that doesn't represent the entire system what's going on. I mean, the government, like, I mean, that's why I was saying, like, it wasn't easy just to become a free. I mean, just to leave. I mean, the entire nation had black people under, subjugation. It is. I mean, it is what it is. Like,
even that is factually incorrect when not every state was a slave state. Some states were against slavery. This is why people ran to the north. Like, I don't get how
they
you
ran
say
to
that.
Canada, right? Didn't they run to Canada? They didn't run to. They ran to
ultimately,
Canada.
they ran to Canada, but even still, they stopped in the north and they stopped off and had cities there. There were free black populations already in the north, long standing.
How do you feel, conservative, when you show up to one of these MAGA rallies and you see all those Confederate flags? How do you feel about that?
I mean, let's not get off topic. I mean,
no, I'm just asking real quick. I mean, because now all of a sudden he's talking about the North as if they're these heroes and that saved his people. He sounds really grateful. He sounds really grateful that the northern states weren't slave states.
About free black people?
I mean, but you just sound really grateful about that.
Did I not just talk about free black people? Like, seriously, I mentioned free black people and you think white.
Well, guess what? Your Confederate flag waving buddies, they weren't too fond of niggas running up north. They weren't too fond of niggas running up north. I'm just letting you know, in case you were unaware. I'm just letting you know.
Well, we've been furnished with some literature here.
I like that word, Brother X. I like that.
What word?
Furnished. You said we've been furnished.
We've been furnished with some information here from my brother Nick Taylor, and I believe it's a list of the top 10 black slave owners. Let me go down. Someone named T.P.O.T. Y'all go ahead and look these names up. Just don't take our word for it. Go ahead and look these names up. T.P.O.T. Go ahead.
No, just real quick. What's the website?
It's listverse.com. 2017. It's in the chat room. Go ahead and click on it, Negro, so you can read it for yourself if you want to. That's up to you. T.P.O.T. was born a free woman, and when she was older, she bought the man she loved in order to marry him. That was something that Brother Trey had alluded to. He had bought his wife and got tired of and sold her back. But anyway, many state laws at the time would not allow slaves to be emancipated, so it was common for family or spouses to technically own their family. Dilsey owned her own house and land, and she also hired her husband out as labor. Get the hell out of here.
Okay. Brother X, come on. Uncle Nick, come on, Uncle Nick. See, this is that bullshit I'm talking about. And see, I look.
Are you mad at history, bro?
I really hope Uncle Nick wouldn't do something like this. But see, a nigga like Trey or a nigga like Hood Conservative, what they would do is they would just show the title and then just not really expect people to actually fucking read it. Now, again, I hope Uncle Nick wasn't on that. I don't think so. But come on, Uncle Nick. Like, come on, bro. And look, Uncle Nick, I guarantee you, whatever list there may be out there, I guarantee you the vast majority of the people on that list, that's what that was. They were buying their family members. There was a lot of that shit going on. So when these white supremacists, they know that, but they're lying. They use those lists, which we still haven't seen, but let's pretend they exist, because there may be a list of people that did buy their family members or something that may exist, right? And that did happen. But to sit up and say that that's the same as, oh, they're slave owners, come on, man. And if you read the title, that's what it says. Slave owners, right? So if you read that title and you don't actually read the article, what are you going to come away with? You're going to come away with, well, damn, there were 10 black people that just had a bunch of black slaves that were out there working and picking cotton and beating the shit out of it. No, it's not the case.
Well,
and see, this is that bullshit that I'm talking about, man. This is how a lot of these conservatives, they like to twist the narrative and they like to twist the facts. What they're saying is not a lie, technically. But when you dig down deep, oh, okay, this is what's really going on. And your intention for bringing this up was to push another narrative, which was, hey, massa ain't so bad, you know, niggas was doing it too. You know, you had niggas out there enslaving niggas too. Stop with that bullshit, bro. Stop. They were buying their fucking family members, man.
Well, let me finish because it gets better. It gets better. Hold on. What makes this particular situation so unique is that when Dilsey and her husband had a fight, Dilsey sold him to her white neighbor out of spite. while many modern women might wish to get rid of their husbands, Dilsey truly takes the cake when it comes to the method. Also, like many other spouses, she later felt bad. She later felt bad about the argument and tried to reconcile. The only problem was that when she went to buy her husband back and apologize, her neighbor refused to sell him. Ugh.
Hey, I found an excerpt from an essay called "The Known World of Free Black Slaveholders." It says that about 1% of these black slave owners in 1830 owned between 20 and 84 slaves. 172 owned between 10 and 19, and 3,550 each owned between 1 and 9 slaves.
Where are you getting this from?
You know what that explains basically how small.
Where are you getting this from? You know, where are you getting this from?
It's called
think of it as
AfricanAmerica.org.
Think of it more like how small businesses break down.
AfricanAmerica.org.
Yeah, AfricanAmerica.org.
So that's an organization. What's the organization? Is it a black organization or what's?
Dude, you are so fucking retarded.
Yeah, who does it have to be by?
Yeah, sources matter. Like, who's saying this shit?
Well, they got it from Carter Woodson. It's off his essay. Oh no,
one of the original black heroes. Like, Jesus Christ, is it good enough for you?
Nah, I'm gonna have to look. I've already caught a couple of you in several lies. I caught SKC in some bullshit. I caught you in some bullshit. Okay, I'm not.
What have you caught me in? What have you caught me in?
You with your thousands of slave owners, bro.
You just read it, dummy. You just read the numbers.
He didn't name any thousands. He didn't say nothing about no damn thousands, bro. That's not what it said.
It was 3,000.
And I still haven't verified what the fuck he brought up here. I'm verifying all you niggas shit.
Bro, you are
retarded. Everyone do the same. I highly suggest everyone do the same.
Just put the L in your back pocket and save it for later.
What L?
Yeah, the study was done by Carter.
We got an article right here. We just showed out that you got articles like this that have these titles, but when you look into the context, that's not what was going on. And I'm sure you have to understand these people had large families.
That is not the entirety of black slave owners, bro. We're talking about one state alone. There were thousands.
Hey, brother X,
and you haven't proven that yet. You haven't proven that yet, bro.
Yeah, it says in 1830.
Oh, you got something else? Okay.
Yeah. I'm putting the
I'll
back
bring it up.
But I'm sharing the screen too.
I'll bring it up.
I mean, like I said, there's validity in what David's saying. I mean, there were slaves.
I mean, let's not act like everything on the internet is true. I mean, come on now, damn.
I don't. Trey just sent me an email.
Go ahead, bro. Lou.
Yeah, so how many slaves did blacks own? So what do the actual numbers of black slave owners and their slaves tell us in 1830, the year most carefully studied by Carter G. Woodson? About 13.7% of the black population was free. Of these, 3,766 free Negroes owned 12,907 slaves out of the total of 2 million slaves owned in the entire United States. So the numbers of slaves owned by black people overall is quite small by the comparison with the number owned by white people. So David has a point. I mean, there were thousands of black slave owners. I mean, I guess if you're trying to compare to white people,
again,
if you look into the
I'm sure you had lots of instances of people buying their own
the economy of places like South Carolina. Black people built that economy, bro. You don't even understand what black wealth and slavery did together. Like, black people, they were part of industry. Yes, they bought slaves, and it is what it is. Get over your fucking feelings. But the simple fact is, we weren't just out here getting abused by the white man for our whole life, bro. I know you want to believe that, but it's not true.
And listen, I know you're on a mission to prove that your white God is Jesus and he loves everybody and is absolutely perfect.
I'm on a mission to prove black people are better than you. Black people are better than you. That's my mission.
It's a historical fact that your white massa engaged in chattel slavery in this country. It is a historical fact that
Name a
black
country
race has
that
been
never had
hindered
chattel slavery.
institutionally in this
TVA,
country
name a
for
country that never
centuries.
had
It
chattel
is a
slavery.
historical fact
Name a
that your
country.
white master
Name
has
a
been
country.
given
Name a
billions
black
in
country,
welfare.
TVA. Name a
Okay,
black
this is a
country that never
historical
had
fucking
slaves,
fact.
TVA.
Okay, it is a
TVA,
historical
name a black
fact
country.
that your white
Name a black
master would
country,
come and
bro.
burn down
Bro, all right,
successful
never
black
mind. Fuck. You're gonna
communities.
talk like a
This is
woman.
a
Go ahead.
fact. This
Yeah,
is a
let your
fact. So
vagina
why you
bleed,
want
bro.
to paint your white daddy as this peaceful God? Okay, he was going around burning our fucking communities down back then. Okay, when we were working hard, doing what you say we were supposed to do, right? Not asking for shit, building, right? Guess what they did? They came and burned our shit down. Why don't you talk about that? Instead of trying to paint your white master as this all generous, all peaceful God that just loves every fucking body, hood servant. Can we meet at the middle?
Do you have
No,
do you have
we
some
can't.
more you
No,
want
we
Are you
can't.
done?
No, we
Yeah,
can't.
It says,
If you're not done, like continue. I know as soon as I start, you're
Because
gonna
you
talk.
want to
So get it off
pretend
your
like you
chest,
want
bro.
to pretend like
Empty your
this case
vagina,
didn't
bro.
happen a
it
lot.
says
You
it's
want to
part.
pretend like there weren't many cases of black people buying their fucking family members. That happened all over
Well, it
the
says
slave states.
And they
That
sold them
happened
niggas
all over the
too.
place.
Well, it
They
says
sold
that
them
it says
too.
that yeah, this says that part right here. So it is reasonable to assume.
Yeah, well, let Lou lay it out. Let Brother Lou lay it out.
Yeah, it says it's reasonable to assume that 42% of the free black slave owners who own just one slave probably owned a family member to protect that person, as did many of the other black slave owners who own only slightly larger number of slave owners. As Woodson put it in 1924, free Negro owned a slave in the United States in 1830. Census records show that the majority of the Negro owners of slaves were such from the point of view of philanthropy. In many instances, the husband purchased a wife or vice versa. Slaves of Negroes were in some cases the children of a free father who had purchased his wife if he did not thereafter emancipate the mother, as so many such husbands failed to do. His own children were born his slaves and were thus reported to the. Oh, okay. So there's validity in that too. I mean, that they were that most of the time they were buying a.
You still got all that smoke in your voice, hood servant.
But
Still
hold
got all
on,
that
When did
smoke
I
in your
not
voice?
say
hold on,
that?
TVA. You weren't about to.
Still got all
Hold
that
on.
smoke in your voice.
You were
Acting like niggas
questioning.
had
You
plantations
just
all
eat your
over the
bro.
place,
Eat your
and
own out.
niggas
They
had
did.
armies of slaves and all this
Niggas
other kind
did
of shit.
though.
Man,
Some
get the fuck
niggas
out of here,
did.
bro.
Armies
But
Get
of
the
you
fuck
don't
out of
slaves.
here,
understand.
man.
Yeah,
Hold
you
on.
were
Do you not
questioning the article,
understand
not.
economics? TVA doesn't understand economics. There was a black 1%, stupid.
Right,
Good.
Dave. I'm glad you said that. That's what I want to talk
Apparently you
about.
weren't reading the article.
The
Apparently
article
you weren't
says it
paying
right
attention. But
there. The
I'm gonna go
1%
back.
of
I'm gonna
slave
go back.
owners owned a
I
bunch of
appreciate it.
niggas.
I appreciate it, Lou. I'm gonna
They
go
would
read
have
it
bought your
myself.
dumb
I
ass.
appreciate you actually showing your sources, though. Willing to show your sources, though. I appreciate that, Lou.
Yeah, drop that in the chat, Lou, if you could, man. Could you drop the link
Okay.
to that in the chat?
Man, I don't know why these niggas get so emotional because I'm asking about sources. That's what intellectuals do. We care about where the
Dude,
data is
I'm
coming
trying to
from.
have a
We don't just assume
conversation and
that
you ramble like a
internet
bitch,
means
bro.
true. We don't assume that because it's on the internet, it must be true. We ain't on that Alex Jones shit. Okay,
No,
that's
it's a
you.
Carter G.
Okay,
Woodson essay.
yeah,
This is
I care about
pre-internet.
sources.
This is
I'm
pre-internet,
still
dude.
gonna
Like,
go
you don't
back and check
understand
the
the
Carter G.
world.
Wilson
You
source
don't
because you have people
nothing.
that misquote books all the time. People misquote articles and studies all the time. So I'm gonna go back and look at Carter G. Wilson shit, relook at his shit as well. I'm gonna
sure
check
you
that
won't.
shit.
I'm sure you won't.
I'm not like you, dude. Trust me. That's why I care about sources, and you're frustrated at me because of that. Because I won't just shut up and believe it. I care about where the data is coming from. You don't. I don't know why. I don't know how you say you care about truth, but you don't give a fuck about where
you
people's
cried at the
statements and
beginning of
facts
this
and data is coming from.
conversation. You crying the same way you cried when I first said this, and now I proved it to you, and you're still crying.
I want to know what the sources are. Okay, bro. Whatever.
Why are you still crying?
Fine.
I proved everything I was telling you, and you're crying.
You didn't prove shit. You didn't prove shit.
Crying, bro.
Luke came up here and saved your black ass.
Grow up. This is the real
Citizen
world.
Luke came up here and saved
And
your
it's
ass.
not a
You
pretty
didn't prove
place.
shit.
The real world of men is not fair and polite.
Bottom
I know
line
it hurts
is
your feelings, but that's the truth.
White people in general, no. I don't believe white people in general owe black people shit. No. But institutionally, in this country, yes. What's
a white institution?
In this country that
what white institution should pay?
The corporate institutions, for instance, that did benefit from slavery and continue to. Because they benefited from that. Like I said, Norfolk Southern is an example.
The stock market
They need to pay.
the stock
Yeah,
market
they
definitely
should pay.
benefited from slavery.
And like I said, it's not just about that. It's also, again, about how black wealth was hindered because of shit like racist white mobs coming and just flattening whole black business districts. I mean, are you guys seriously going to discount that and neglect the effect that would have on generational black wealth, where you have whole towns with thousands of people, hundreds of businesses completely fucking wiped out? And you want to question the effect that would have on black generational wealth? Really?
Yeah, but
come on,
who?
bro.
So who should be owed? It shouldn't be owed to everybody, right? It should just be owed to the descendants of those people, right?
Right.
It
You
should
gotta
be
have
owed
some
to
type of document.
everyone.
You gotta have some documentation or proof that you can.
Everybody can't get paid from Black Wall Street. Everybody can't get paid from Jim Crow. Everybody can't. Yeah, everybody can't get paid from that. Or should everybody get paid from that?
No, because then you'll have
I don't believe we should be sending checks everywhere. I think it should come to free trade training, shit like that. Discounted, community college education or whatever, something that's going to get you moving and get it to where you're a productive citizen. I don't believe in just sending niggas checks.
I feel like if you set up a fund like that, people will just steal it. Like, people abuse that shit, bro.
Yeah, I think that's where the waters get a little muddy, because we talk about it like, okay, we all black, so we all deserve something. I mean, when we start talking like that, I think we're kind of twisting the conversation and twisting the argument. And I hear a lot of people talk like that, like, oh, we're black, we all deserve this, that. No, man, some of us black asses people, we don't deserve shit. Some of us don't deserve nothing.
Let me make another uncomfortable argument too. The price of slavery varied. I mean, the price of individual slaves varied. So if you were like an old slave, you probably weren't as worth much as a young, healthy slave that was like a skilled blacksmith. So the argument that we were all of equal worth and therefore should all get the same amount is like, wait a minute, what if my granddaddy picked more cotton than your granddaddy?
First off, you're really being disrespectful, trolling about slavery.
What my granddad?
But because
my granddaddy was better than your granddaddy.
Because it's not us we're talking about. It's not us personally we're talking about, dumbass. What the fuck is what? How is that a point, bro?
You're
just trolling about your ancestors being enslaved like cattle, and that's cool, bro. If you think that's funny, if that's something you want to joke about and kiki about, hey, mate, that's something you can live with. Niggas like you can live on your knees like that with your booty cheeks open, want to dance and minstrel for these crackers and joke about slavery and tell nigga jokes out in the woods, or toast some marshmallows with your white buddies. You do shit like that, bro. I'm not on that, and you can call me whatever the fuck you want. I know you don't like me because I'm not like you. Bitch ass niggas don't like me. I get that, bro. You can't stand the fact that I can, on one hand, stand on my goddamn 10 toes as a fucking man and still be a conservative. You don't like that. You don't see how that works. You don't see how that works.
Nigga, you the victim. You are the bro.
I'm not kissing up after these racist ass motherfuckers and these coon ass Jesse Lee Petersons and Brandon Tatums and Jericho Greens and shit. No, I'm not doing that.
Hey,
you're gonna be a goddamn dignified black man and have conservative principles at the same time.
Dignified.
It's possible.
Bro, ain't nothing dignified about what you're saying, bro. That ain't dignified. That ain't dignified. You the victim. Your new name is the victim advocate, bro. That's it.
No, he's the victim advocate. All of a sudden, he wants to cry about police brutality when it's a white man in a wheelchair. All of a sudden, hood conservative wants to pull out the small violin when he sees a crack. When he sees a white man get shot by a cop. Now he wants to complain about cops being quick on the trigger. Now police are too quick on the trigger. Now this white man, hold on, he was not complying, and he had a fucking weapon. Moving away from the officer, possibly going inside of a store, possibly to attack someone else. But hood conservative is still unsure about this shooting. He's still unsure. But Tamir Rice, oh, definitely. Eric Garner, oh, definitely. Ahmaud Arbery, oh, definitely. He ran away from two random white men that walked up to him asking why he went inside of a constructed, unfinished home. He ran away. How dare he? Yeah. He deserves to be chased down and shot. But hang on.
not complying with cops, has a weapon, moving toward innocent bystanders. He doesn't deserve to be shot,
you wear a maxi
conservative.
pad. You wear pads.
Yeah, we not Brandon Tatum, bro. We not. Ain't
I'm just
nobody
trying
on
to
this
understand how there's
ain't
even
nobody
a
here
question
mad
about
about
this
that
shooting.
shit. Ain't nobody here mad about
I'm
no
trying to
Ahmaud
understand
Arbery,
how
bro.
there's even a question about that shooting. But no, that's
What
just
brand
an
do you
example of
use?
a conservative.
What
You're
brand do you
you're
use?
not
You
principled.
stay
You are
free.
not a principled conservative. You're not principled, bro. It's all
You use
about
them
white
shits
ass
that got
kissing with you,
wings.
hood.
You put them shits
Hey,
that
It's all
got
about
wings on
appeasing
your
white
draws.
people with you, hood. It's all
Hey,
about
look,
talking
if
points
it,
and
Your
appeasing
pad
white
got
people.
wings.
That's
I
it.
knew it. Your pad got wings on it.
I'm gonna keep it simple like this. If I have a choice between, because it sounds like if we love the white man, you sounds like you envy the white man because you don't think that you could do what the white man do. That's what you sound
When
like,
have I
bro.
ever
That's what you
implied that?
sound like.
When have I ever
That's
implied
what you, bro. That's what you're saying.
that?
Every
I
time you,
said that.
no,
When
hey,
did I say that?
no.
When did
Every
I
time
ever
you,
say that?
no, bro. Every time you hop on panels,
When have I ever
you
fucking
swing
said
it to
some
white
shit
men,
like that?
bro. You swing it to white men every time we on a panel. I've seen you on panels. We talking about women, and somehow it ends up
When have
still
I
being
ever
about the
said
white
the
man.
white man is holding me back? When have I ever
Oh
said
my
that?
god. So what
I
are you
literally
on
say
here
the
for?
opposite.
What are you?
I got videos on my
Okay. Let me ask you
channel
this.
saying the exact fucking opposite.
Nah, nigga. What the white man owe you? What the white man owe you?
Nothing.
So what are you talking about then?
I've been saying that since I got up here that the average white person doesn't know you shit. I said that.
No. I'm asking
have you
you.
not been listening? You haven't been listening.
What does any white man owe you? Even
Nothing.
the corporations
The
that they're
average
talking
white
about. What
person
do they
doesn't know
owe
you
you?
shit.
So what are you talking about, bro? You just got to take the L and move on. That's it. That was a part of history.
I said institutionally. I said in regards to institutions. That's a whole nother argument. The question is, does white America? I said no.
No.
So what the fuck are you talking about? I'm answering the debate question. The answer is no to the debate question.
Oh, okay. So then what are you talking about now? About who owes anybody
I'm
anything?
talking
All I
about
hear
the
is
fucking
victimhood.
debate topic. What are you talking about, sir?
I'm asking you specifically.
Hold on a second. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this here. I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to give you Negroes 10 minutes to have it out. No interruptions. No, nope. Go.
Yeah, bro. So
I'm
here's
talking
the
about
thing.
the debate topic. Whenever I said no to the debate topic, so how am I saying that white people owe me something? Explain, please. Help me understand.
What is all this extra shit about then? If it's no, then why are you still talking about what white people owe anybody? The white man don't owe nobody nothing.
I agree.
Simple as that. So I guess you can stop the clock then. What are we talking? What are you talking about?
Question. Is the white man, quote unquote, is the white man the American government? Is Norfolk Southern the quote unquote white man? Or is it a fucking corporation that benefited from the institution of slavery? Do you understand the fucking difference?
It does not matter.
Do you understand the difference?
Yes, I do.
Is Norfolk Southern a white man? Is the corporation Norfolk Southern a white man?
I don't know. But even if they do, that company doesn't owe anybody anything.
I don't need the rest of the comments. We're good. I mean,
But who do they owe? They don't owe anybody nothing.
Okay, that's your opinion. You don't believe they owe?
Oh my God!
Benefiting from the institution of slavery? I think they do. That's not the debate topic.
Dude, the institution of slavery has been around.
I brought it up because niggas were bringing up slavery. SKC was bringing up slavery. So I'm like,
yeah, but
okay, well,
hold on.
If
This is rapid fire, so the clock doesn't stop. You're gonna take this damn time and like it.
My bad. My bad. I brought up slavery. I brought that up because SKC was bringing up slavery in relation to his debate topic, which was confusing me because I'm like, what the hell does slavery have to do with? Does white America what does Africa have to do with white America and all? So I'm like, why are you bringing up Africa? You must be referencing slavery and talking about slavery, which he was. So I'm like, okay, well, we must be talking about reparations. But then he's saying he's not talking about reparations. So I was confused. So I apologize. I don't mean to confuse you, man. I don't mean to be rude to you, but no, I don't think people in general owe anything. But do certain institutions owe for benefiting from the institution of slavery? I think so. You don't. That's fine. But no one is saying that the white man owes anybody. I don't think anyone on the panel is saying that. So you came up here windmilling for Brad. You came up here windmilling for Brad. I'm gonna need you to slow it down. Okay, I'm gonna need you to slow it down. Slow it down. Master gonna be okay. Master gonna be all right. It's gonna be okay. I mean, you came up here with that energy, bro. Like, hey, why you that? Hey, that? I mean, it's just amazing. And I just wish we could get some black men to stand up for another black man. Like I see you conservatives standing up for these white boys, man. I mean, I'm talking about, man, I've never seen black men shower more love than on a man than I have that I've seen all these niggas on Kyle Rittenhouse, man. I mean, the way that Kyle Rittenhouse is nuts.
Hold on.
The way that some of you niggas have been riding Kyle Rittenhouse's balls, it is embarrassing, and you are making us all look bad.
That's not true.
5 and 6 hour live streams.
You didn't see black men go hard for Big Meech?
Who? Big Meech. Big Meech.
Yeah,
really?
Or Young Dolph. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Big Meech.
No, and see, that's what I hopped on. That's what I hopped on here before TVA, because you have whatever you have in your head as far as the victimhood is so set in your head that any type of counter argument, for example, the 10 black slave owners, I don't know. I need to look that up. As if in your mind, like there were never any black slave owners. Like,
what was going
on all the time?
People like you have with me wanting to check sources and make sure that this argument is coming from a credible source. What's wrong with that, bro?
TVA,
do you just believe everything you see on the internet? Do you just believe everything you see on the internet? Do you just believe any website? I mean,
no. I've done my due diligence. I've done my due diligence, sir. So it's not for me to believe. It's up to you to believe.
Okay, well, in order for me to believe it, I need to know that it came from a credible source. I don't just believe any old fucking thing, bro. But if the credible source disproves me, I will admit that I'm wrong. But I'm still waiting to see the proof of these thousands of slave owners out here beating niggas up and all this other shit. And both sources both sources spoke on the fact that many of these cases, if not most of these cases, the vast majority of these cases, were people buying their own fucking family members. And then niggas want to act like these people didn't have big families. Like niggas only had 2 family members. What do you mean? Like, oh, they bought 20 slaves. They must have. They probably had 20 fucking family members. Like, I mean, they were. You had lots of relatives. They were out there breeding. Hello. And then a lot of times they would sell family members to other slave members. The woman would have a baby. Boom, they'll sell the baby to another family down the street. Okay, they're still relatives. You see what I'm saying? So I don't understand. Look, you guys have already been proven to be disingenuous because you guys didn't even mention that case. Conservative didn't even mention this. He just said, "Oh, niggas were slave masters." He didn't mention the fact that a lot of them were buying their family members into freedom. They were trying to buy their family. You didn't even bring that up, Conservative. Why? Because you didn't expect people to actually dig into that shit. You just wanted to come up here and say it and expect niggas to believe it. And that's why I call niggas like you out. Because you skew the truth. You skew the truth. Yes, there were black people buying other black people in America. Yes, that's absolutely true. Why were they doing it? That's important. But had I not dug deeper into Hood's bullshit, we wouldn't be talking about
Bill Gates, right? Just like every white man isn't Bill Gates, not every black person is enterprising enough to turn this shit into a plantation. Some of them niggas was happy to buy their bitch and keep it moving. Other people want money.
You're talking about, so when you talk about an Anton du Clay that owned hundreds of slaves, no family is that big, bro. Come on, man. What
exactly is enterprising about having other people do the work for you?
What he's saying though, the 1% of the 1% owned at least like 200 slaves, right? So that's what he's saying. Like like a lot of them cats would be like LeBron, if you would, an analogy, right? It'd be the 1% of the 1%, so. No, so
honestly, I have to look into it because the simple fact the hood conservative didn't even mention these cases has me wanting to go back and just I need to read up. I need to read up. I need to check up on it because y'all full of shit.
Should read.
How are we foolish?
I'm a stupid nigga for wanting to check my sources. I'm a stupid nigga for wanting to read. He just called me stupid.
No, I didn't call you stupid. I called you a victim advocate. That's what I called you.
How am I a victim advocate? How am I a victim advocate, sir?
So you don't advocate for.
Who am I saying is a victim? Who am I saying is a victim?
Well, slaves for one weren't victims.
Slaves weren't victims.
Up. Slaves weren't talking about it. No, you're talking about an institution that's been around longer than people could read and write. No.
Okay, but they weren't victims. What does that have to do with them? So they weren't victims. Okay.
No.
Well,
no.
By the way,
that's like saying people in prison are victims.
They signed up for it. I guess they signed up for it. Okay.
No, that was the name of the game, bro. How can slavery go on for as long as it did and nobody batted out?
That doesn't mean that they weren't victims, though. What the fuck? Murder's been around for centuries. Does that mean there are no murder victims anymore because people have been murdering each other since the beginning? I don't understand your point, bro. The fuck? Exactly.
That's not even the thing, bro.
It makes no sense. What the fuck you said makes no sense, bro.
It does, man. It does. Not sitting here finna advocate for
because slavery has been around for a long time. That means so that means human trafficking today. There are no human trafficking victims, right?
What? No.
There are no current human trafficking victims today, right? Because it's been going on since the beginning of time, right? So there are no victims of it today, right?
No, I'm saying that I'm not advocating.
That's what you know. No, you're saying that the slaves back then weren't victims because slavery was an old institution. Okay, well, so is human trafficking for sex. And we're done here. Thank you. And we're done here. And we're done here. And we're done here.
Go ahead.
And we're done here. Thank you, Ed. Thank you. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that, man. That was fun. Hey, man.
And that ends the rapid fire round.
Go cry about it, bro. Go cry about it. Matter of fact, go overseas to the Arab slaves and help them get free too. You're not crying about
but
them.
They're not victims. They're not victims, though, right? They're not victims, right?
Not to me. Not to me.
Okay, well,
Not
that's okay. I don't see how that works, but okay.
Okay.
I mean, someone enslaves you, but you're not a victim. Fuck.
Nah.
Anyway, all right. Well, yeah, I pretty much made my point, man. No, white America does not owe black people anything in general. But institutions, there are institutions
I want to explore that
directly benefited from
I want to explore
slavery.
that,
And I do believe they owe reparations, but I do not believe those reparations should come in the form of sending random checks to niggas because niggas are just gonna buy Hellcats and shoes and bullshit. And you may as well just go give the money to. You may as well just give the money to Popeyes.
Hold on. Now
you may as well just give the money to Dodge.
Now he being racist.
Let's just be real.
How you want reparations and you a racist though?
No, I'm a realist, bro.
Racist, but you want reparations.
Listen, and you can't put me in that hotep box, and it frustrates you so much that I don't have to kiss white ass, and I can hold black people accountable at the same time. I know it twists your mind, bro. I'm something new, but I'm here. I'm here, bro. You get used to me, man. I'm new. I know it's new. I know it's a new concept, but guess what? It's called.
You got so much old lady swag, my nigga.
It's called being principled. It's called being a real conservative, David.
You wear big
That's
hats
what
to
it's
church
called.
on Sunday, don't you?
That's what the
you
fuck
wear
it's
big
called,
old
bro.
lady hats to church. Yo,
Say
bro.
what?
How does your
I don't go to
reparations plan
church,
work?
and that's another problem I have with
Explain
you
your
coon
reparations
conservatives.
plan, bro.
Listen,
Explain your
I'm
plan.
tired of you
Explain your
coon
reparations
conservatives
plan.
acting like the church
Explain your
has
plan,
anything
dude.
to do with the
Explain your
right, because it
plan.
doesn't.
Explain your plan. Can you explain your reparations plan? Seriously. All right, if you're not going to give checks to individuals, how
I
would it work?
suggested earlier, if you were listening, I suggested earlier, perhaps they could subsidize trades training, get these niggas trained for work. Again, no sending out checks. Free community college, free training for trades. You want to be a welder or something? You want to do something productive? Well, fine, we'll pay for that. I think it should come in the form of that. Yeah.
Can I ask you this now? So the company that you named, that there was some Virginia electric company, it sounds like, right? Some power company, it seemed like. Is that company?
What do you say, Virginia Southern? What do you say, Virginia Southern, right?
Norfolk Southern. Norfolk Southern.
Okay.
So is that one company now to be held responsible for the entirety of slavery in the state of Virginia, or even nationally?
No, David. No,
because that's just one company. So how many companies are you talking about?
Again,
I want to see the whole plan laid out.
I gave you my suggestion. So what they could do is, let's just form a fund, and all of these corporations that can be shown, documented, it's got to be documented that they directly benefited from the institution of slavery. They all put it into this fund. Boom, here's the money. Free training for trades, free training for community college.
Now,
you have no excuse to walk your ass into this
TVA, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
How did that particular company benefit from slavery specifically?
The details, the exact details, I don't know off the top of my head. But I do know that they are
not necessarily specific. I mean, you could be general about it. I'm not asking for specifics.
I think for instance, I think they enslaved Africans to build some of the railroads or some of the infrastructure that has something to do with their corporation back then. I think that's what they did.
Now, here's the legal problem, and I don't know how you untie this knot. How do you retroactively sue somebody for something that was perfectly legal?
Happens all the time.
Where?
It happens all the time.
Where?
Laws change. Laws change.
Yeah, but where? Show me the case.
Well, it happens in real estate. I mean, it happens.
No, show me the case, my dude. You
because something was legal back then doesn't mean that there weren't damages.
Well, but that's the argument, though. If I was following the law, how am I now liable for anything when nothing I did was illegal or liable behavior? Because I was totally legit. I was a legit slave owner. So if I'm in good standing legally, how do you now come back 100, 300 years later, really?
Well, from my understanding, the Confederate States were actually towards the start of the Civil War. They were actually breaking the law, right? They had outlawed slavery and they refused to give up their slaves. Isn't that what started the war? But it wasn't about slavery, right? Right?
Whoa. Slow down.
No, the war wasn't about slavery. You talking about
Civil War? It wasn't about slavery. Okay.
There's a lot of things on the table.
Hold on, real quick. Are we talking about the Civil War?
Yes, the Civil War. Yes.
The Civil War was not about slavery, sir. It was about money.
Okay. When did the North when did the North end slavery?
Money from what, bro?
Bro, yeah.
When did the North? I'm not
gonna do this with you, bro. I'm not gonna do this. Yeah, you know what? It was money from selling strawberries. Let's just pretend. Slavery had nothing to do with that money, right? Slavery wasn't literally driving the whole fucking Southern economy then, right? So if you're saying money, you're not right. Slavery had nothing to do with the money in the South back then, right?
Yeah, we can't. Right? We can't because Mississippi was the richest state in the Union.
This is why I get frustrated, man. Because
it wasn't about slavery. I see somebody say states' rights.
This is plain dumb shit. This is plain dumb shit.
It's not as simple as that.
No,
it's not as simple as that. You think your black ass is that important that they tore the country apart because of your black ass? No, bro. There's a lot more things on the table than just your stupid ass.
Yes, because your black ass was running their economy. You just said it yourself, David. You just said slavery was running the whole economy in South Carolina. You just said it, nigga.
No, I said black slave owners were the pillars of their local economy.
And
to be fair,
I know I'm not crazy.
Of the South,
I know I'm not crazy. When you were trying to prove that bullshit lie about your thousands of black slave owners, you said that slavery was running the whole fucking economy in South Carolina. You said it. Said it.
Because
you
remember,
know slavery was the center industry in the South.
Because hold on, because check this out. Remember they didn't
let me be more specific.
They didn't want
yes,
slavery.
they would fight to keep their slaves because it was the center of their industry, nigga. And you know
Black
that.
people did too. They wanted to keep their slaves too.
Hold on, wait. So, wait. Let me just get this straight. So are y'all saying that it wasn't about slavery?
I'm saying it was. It was about slavery.
It was about the product. Let me be more specific. Because the common thing that's out there, and I'm not saying that you're saying this, TVA, this is where I was coming from, was that the Civil War was fought to end slavery. And that's what I was going up against. I know you didn't say that, but if you're gonna tie it in like that, then I do agree with you.
Yeah, they didn't want slavery to expand into the West. They didn't want
that. Yeah. So I will agree with you on that. But
the South wanted to keep slavery. The South wanted to keep their slaves.
Right, because they were
fighting to get. When they were whining about the government violating their rights and telling them what to do, what do you think they meant?
TVA.
What do you think they meant? They were talking about
slavery. When did they end slavery, bro? Think about it. When did the North end slavery? They could have ended it on day one. They could have ended it before the Civil War. The North didn't officially end slavery for years.
What's your point?
Yeah.
What's your point?
Yeah, and I guess that's what I was saying.
My point is you're slow.
It wasn't. Yeah, like what I was saying about the Civil War was that it wasn't about freeing Black people. It had nothing to do with freeing slaves or anything like that.
The institution of slavery was a centerpiece in the Civil War.
In the South.
If y'all are going to pretend like slavery had nothing to do with the Civil War, I'm gonna let y'all have it and just live in that fantasy land.
No.
I can't do that with niggas that just want to live in the metaverse.
What we said.
TVA, I'm not going there. I'm saying that the Civil War had nothing to do with freeing slaves. That's where I'm going. I know you didn't say that. I'm not putting that on you. That's what I'm saying.
But it is being disingenuous. Okay, it was about states' rights, quote unquote, right? But it was the right to do what? To keep slavery going. So like, why are we acting like it's not? It wasn't about slavery.
Well, that's a lot of your conservatives out here that want to pretend
it
wasn't about slavery. States' rights.
Either one of you take a stab at answering a basic question. If it hinged on slavery so much, why did it take the North years and almost millions of dead bodies before they said, you know what, let the niggas be free? Why?
I don't actually think that's accurate.
You said why did it take them so long?
What year was the Emancipation Proclamation and what year did the Civil War start? What year did the Civil War start and what year was the Emancipation Proclamation?
The Civil War started in 1861.
Nigga, the Emancipation Proclamation, I believe, wasn't that? I don't think that was he. I don't think that was he. I think it already passed some bills making it illegal in the northern states, right? Wasn't the Emancipation Proclamation towards the end?
The Emancipation Proclamation was like
right. So what the fuck is this nigga talking about?
It was during Civil War, like around 1863, because Civil War started in 1861.
Right. But it had already been outlawed in the North already. So this nigga's trying to imply that the North went to war over slavery while having slaves. Like what?
Yeah, you said answer.
But why did they have the 3/5 compromise then, David? If all of the states had slaves, why would they need the 3/5 compromise?
3 years of bloody war.
Why would they need a 3/5 compromise if all of the states had slaves?
Bro, you don't even know what the 3/5 compromise is about. Jesus Christ. 3 years of war.
It was about not to give the slaves an actual vote, right? Because slave owner, they were
it was not to count them as part of the census because that would tilt the scales as far as the representatives in their state.
Exactly.
So like your representatives are based on population.
Some states didn't have slaves because it had been outlawed. That's the point, nigga.
Bro,
and
the point is we were at war for 3 years. How many people died in 3 years of civil war? And then they decide to free black people.
Go ask your buddies that come to the Trump rallies with the Confederate flag. Go ask your buddies waving the Confederate flag.
TV, hold on one second. I want to hear David. So what you hold on? Say that again, David. So you said
I'm just saying if it took them 3 years and almost 1 million bodies by this point. All I'm saying is there's something else at play. And like so many other things in the modern narrative, we've been lied to about the truth. I'm not saying it wasn't about slavery at all. I'm not saying slavery was 0% of the reason. I'm saying that there are a lot of other things going on that we're just not being told to discuss.
Because of what I'm saying, I'm glad you acknowledged. Because what I was saying though, right there, because the South was getting serious money, and they were about to go international, about to do trade agreements with France, and they definitely it threatened the entire Union. To have this much slave labor and stuff like that. To what was slave labor, like an $8 billion industry back then? So what's that now? That's like Jeff Bezos type shit, right? That's like Amazon type money. So I mean, it's just like I said, I just don't think that. But you already acknowledged that you said slavery was a part of it, right? So I mean, like you said, maybe not the.
Well, the reason why I'm hanging on to this argument is because Black people, we hold on to this notion that everything was about the owning of slaves. And it's like, wait a minute, you realize Black people were in the owning of slaves, and they probably didn't want the white man to come down from up north and take his property either. Like, there's things going on here it's not quite as cut and dry as we're led to believe. But if you give us a black-white story, oh, they're bad, we're good, and we're victims, everybody gets in their feelings and nobody wants to read the paperwork.
Oh, so I see what you're saying. You're saying it's more complicated, right? It's more nuances. It's more.
It's very.
It's more dynamic. It's more dynamic. Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's complicated.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I was just when y'all were my bad. When y'all were saying it wasn't about slavery, like, hold on, y'all, like, come on, man. It's definitely about slavery, like for the most part. But yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, Black people should definitely look into it more, because somebody here could have been on a slave, I guess, right? What it said, 13% of the population was freedmen, and then how many of those were slave owners? I just looked at it.
Look, and we're 13% of the population now.
Yeah, so it's like that thing you were saying. Would you go down and get some Guatemalans from Walmart right now if you could? I probably would.
I mean, come on, bro. And people, this is why I'm saying, like, stop acting like everybody back then was just this evil, mean man who just wanted to abuse people. Like, bro, they were born into a system that's been a million years old.
This man is going to defend that white man, boy. I'm
defending Black people. You're slow, dude.
White man.
You're so slow. It's hurtful.
He's going to defend that white man, boy. I'm talking about white men he didn't even meet. These were white men that lived hundreds of years ago. David is defending them. You didn't know these crackers. You didn't know these motherfuckers any more than I did. But you're defending them. Oh,
I've been talking about Black slavery all night.
You didn't know these people for shit, though, bro. How do you know? How do you know what you're saying is true?
How do you know what you're saying is true? Like, we're not going to go there, bro. We're not going to do that.
Well, what I'm saying is based on fact.
Well, how do you know that? It's like, how you gonna ask us how we know that? I'm gonna question you.
It's documented. It's documented that many corporations in this country directly benefited from the institution of slavery. It's documented.
But I don't know what to tell
you. I gave you an example. You can go look that up for yourself. There are others.
Absolutely.
So I mean, it is what it is.
Brother X, if you could highlight the nameless protagonist comment in the chat. He says there was more Native Americans and women who owned slaves than Black folks. So I propose to you, TVA, we sue the Native Americans for a casino. Like 3 casinos. Call it even.
Sounds good to me. Especially since most of them are white people anyway, lying about being Native Americans to get free money like they've been doing for decades. But you niggas don't call them out for being welfare recipients. They don't get called out for getting all that free money. Nobody calls them out. And this has been happening for centuries in this country. $5 Indian, the dog rolls. Go look up the dog rolls. White people have been doing that in America for centuries. They've been lying about having Native American ancestry to get free fucking money out of the government. They've been doing it for decades. Let's say decades. Well, no, centuries. Yeah.
Let's launch a raid. Let's do a raid on the Native American reservation. Let's go take their shit.
Well, again, you're mostly going to be raiding white people lying about being Native American anyway, David, and that's going to hurt you. When we bust up in that casino and you see nothing but white people with feathers in their hair, it's going to fuck up your mind. You're not gonna know what to do.
Oh my God!
So I don't want to put you in that position. So I'm gonna have to say no to that.
Oh my God!
Out of consideration for your mental health, I'm not gonna go ask you to take anything from a white man. So no, we're not gonna go that route. But like I said, do I believe that white people in general listen, I agree with the message that Black people are not.
I got a question.
In general, victims. No, I believe, again, I've been saying this many times, Black people, ultimately, we are responsible for our fate. I can't stop saying it. It's how I feel.
but to ignore the institutional bias in this country when even the government acknowledges shit like, for instance, shit like hiring discrimination, shit like violent white supremacists infiltrating law enforcement. You got whole documentaries about police gangs in LA, sheriff's departments. They got literal gangs in these sheriff's department. What the fuck? But there's no problem out here, right? When you try to point out the problem with this police culture, this blue line culture, this let's cover up for bad cops culture, all of a sudden you hate cops, you're Antifa, you're BLM, you're a Hotep. And it's like, wait, whoa. First of all, as a principled conservative, any case of government overreach and government tyranny and government violation of citizens' rights bothers me.
Are you responding
because
to
I am
people
a
who not here, bro?
principled conservative.
Yeah,
I'm a principled
conservative. Yeah, TV, you make it strong, man. But I see what you're saying. But I see
Who
what
you
you're
even
saying,
saying
but
this
you make
to?
I'm not like conservative to where on one hand, if the suspect is black and he's running away unarmed, he deserves to be shot in the back because he ran away. But when it's a white man running away from the cops in a wheelchair, but still not complying, and he has a weapon, and he's going in a building that has people in it, Mr. Hood Conservative all of a sudden he's perturbed. He's torn. He doesn't know where he stands on this particular shooting. And it's just amazing because even Hood Conservative knows that if it was a nigga in that chair, you wouldn't have a question. If it were a black person in that fucking wheelchair, you would not be questioning it, bro. And that's my problem with you. When the color changes, your principles change.
Stop. TVA. You mean to tell me some crazy motherfucker in a rascal wheelchair, a motorized wheelchair, running around with a butcher knife and gets shot by the police isn't just a little funny? Just a little bit?
Funny?
I'm just saying, like, bro, like, dude. Nigga's kind of crazy.
Funny or like funny? Funny like humorous or what? Strange or what? What? Like, what do you mean?
Both. Yeah, it's a little like yeah, bro.
No, because again, if this were a black person,
it
wouldn't be a question. He was a black man.
It was black or
not
white?
complying with police with a weapon in his hand.
Why does it matter if it's black or white? Funny has no color, bro. Assholes are like
because your perspective changes based on the color of the suspect. Now that it's a white man disobeying police officers with a weapon in his hand, you still want to give him some leeway, right? But when it's a black man with no weapon running away from the cops, shoot him in the back of the head, right? That's
it's funny. It don't matter.
He was rolling. Yeah, he wasn't running. He was rolling. He was rolling. He wasn't running.
He was not complying with police orders, and he had a weapon.
He put the pedal to the metal, bro.
The second rapid fire, Negroes.
They shot him while he was moving at top speed.
But I want to show y'all something that my brother, the nameless protagonist, put in the chat. I want to bring this up. Let me see.
Hey, David, I want to ask you a question. So if I about like the dynamics of slavery right now, would you say it went like this? Like, okay, my cousin right now, he owes me money. Could I sell his bond to you and then you own him or some shit like that? Could it work like that?
Bro, that's what used to go on. And not just in the context of like black-white slavery, but for like most of the history of the world. What is an apprenticeship? Like before the industrial age where we had like OSHA and unions and rules, what was apprenticeship? Think about the nature of something like that. You in order to learn
free labor, right? Like you're saying, it was some type of form of free labor for tutelage, right? Like you're
basically you became the property of your master's family, and that's literally how you would describe it. If you were an apprentice, he's your master. And so that was the nature of human relationships forever, bro. People sold each other into each other's bondage.
I agree, because you look at the Dutch East Company right over there. You know,
right.
They definitely had Arab slaves, like Jewish slaves, all those different type of slaves. But so I see what you're saying though. But what I was saying, all right, kind of want to move past it. I was just saying, like, the government sanctioned of allowing black people to just get fucked up. You know what I mean? Like that's like, I'm talking about past slavery, right? You know what I mean? I'm talking about like Jim Crow, black codes, things of that nature. I'm saying that the government should do, like something should be, some type of restitution should be paid for that, just like they did with the Japanese and the Chinese Exclusion Act and things. That's all I'm saying. Like when you talk about that, like slavery, I'm with you. That's an economic thing. It was legal. They sold bonds on the stock market. It is what it is. But after that, right? You know what I'm saying? Just let niggas just to fend for themselves, and then not only that, when they start to do it, you start allowing fuck shit to happen to them. That's what I was saying, right?
Well, that's like the post-slavery argument with like reparations and whatnot. And the only real olive branch I can kind of extend to those arguments is individuals with like a paper trail and an actual case to make like claims and damages. 100% support that. But this vague,
because dark
notion of
skin,
just money.
Yeah, because dark-skinned Indians will probably come and fucking try to fuck it up and steal it too. So that's what
Like
they do.
God, yeah, who knows? But like, if you can make a paper trail with a case, I'm not gonna say you did something wrong. I'm not gonna say you're stupid or dumb. Like you actually have an argument to take in front of our United States government. But that's not the majority of the reparations argument. The majority of the reparations argument is like this hopeful money pie in the sky kind of thing, and it's like, nigga, please.
Yeah, well, I want to read a little bit of this right here. This is Blacks Owning Blacks. The story of William Ellison, the history engine. March 26, 1857, Sumter County, South Carolina. Economic inequality, free blacks, racism, slavery, human trafficking, yesterday and today, University of Richmond. On March 26, 1857, William Ellison wrote to his son Henry Ellison about the family business. Life was going well, and Ellison wanted to update his son on how things were going at home. John, one of Ellison's 53 slaves, had just been to the river to collect payment from a number of white slave owners for the cotton gins they had purchased from Mr. Ellison. He came back with no money, and at the end of the day, Ellison's customers had either made excuses, such as wanting to consult their overseer before paying, or had not been where they said they would be. There was no frustration in Ellison's tone, as though this is something that he has had to deal with before. He then gave instructions to his son to purchase a number of farming tools that would inevitably be used in the fields by his slaves. He gave a brief farewell and ended the letter. The same type of letter may have been sent 1,000 times from a slaveholding father to his slaveholding son in mid-19th century American South. But William Ellison and his son Henry Ellison were different. William Ellison was African American, born into slavery in April of 1790, with the name April Ellison to a slave mother and a white slave master father. Mr. William Ellison, as a young man, he was apprenticed to a cotton gin maker rather than working in the fields, and allowed to keep a portion of the wages he earned for his master and father, money that he later used to purchase his freedom. At the same time, he changed his name to William Ellison after his father to fit in with higher society. After purchasing his family, he moved to Sumter County, South Carolina, and hired out free African Americans to work in his cotton gin shop. While working, he discovered a common problem among freed slaves in the South. The expense of wages left him with profit that would never compete with what slave owners were earning. Wanting to move up in society, he purchased his first slaves in 1820.
Can we stop right there for a minute, X?
Yep.
I just want to make that one point. Like I was saying before, yes, TVA. The majority of slave owners were just people who had enough money to buy their family, and that's what they did, and that's fine. That's human behavior. But the reality is you had a few ballers out there who were not content. They saw the economic landscape and they made decisions, and they decided to compete with the white man and be better than many of the white men in their region. They topped the charts doing this shit. But I mean, he's a coon, I guess.
Yes, yeah, he is a coon. And if his family is still around, if his family is still around as a rich institution, if his family has a corporation, some kind of corporate, then they would need to pay into the fund too. Absolutely. Because again, as I said before, I don't even know why this is relevant anymore, really. I mean, because for one, again, I said not all white people. It's not even about white people anyway. It's about institutions. Norfolk Southern is not a white person. The U.S. government is not a white person. These corporations and institutions that directly benefited from the institution of slavery are not white people. Okay, so I mean, I don't even know why, but okay, fine. You may have had a few black men that had slaves. Okay, cool. I mean,
William
if
Ellison
if they have corporations now and they are part of an institution, if they have a corporation, they've got a family corporation or something, yeah, they need to pay into it. They would be liable.
Yeah, like I said, he put the coon in tycoon.
Yeah, he's a coon. Yeah, he's just like your Jesse Lee Petersons. Yeah, selling out black people.
How he could be liable for things that are completely legal and profitable. He was a pillar of his community. How can he be liable for things that were legal?
Again, bro. The institution of slavery we're talking about back then, wasn't it outlawed at a certain time in certain states? Right? It was outlawed by the government. You had certain states that wanted to secede from the Union because they did not agree with this decree. They did not agree with the new law of the land that slavery is now illegal. So this man broke the law. Okay, I mean, it is what it is. Hood served. Listen. I know this is hard for you. All right. Again, at the end of the day, there were black people. There were white people back then that were bad people. Okay, and they did bad things to people. Okay, and it's not just about slavery.
And you're on a mission to get revenge because those white people did bad things.
Generational wealth has been stifled in this country institutionally for centuries. This is fact. You had the U.S.
You want revenge?
Bomb Tulsa.
That wasn't the U.S. government, was it?
You had black.
Was
you
that
had
the
black
U.S.
veterans. Black veterans for the longest did not qualify for GI Bills and certain government military benefits that literally built the white middle class. White men coming home from war get money to go to school. They get money for a house. Black men coming back from war get nothing.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did the government bomb Tulsa? You said that, and I want you to clarify, or were you just misspeaking?
Out of all I said, that's what you heard.
Dude, I heard a lot, but I wanted to stop on that.
Everyone knows that happened. Look it up. Everyone knows that happened. Look it up.
The government didn't bomb them. It was like white people, like just random white people in the nearby.
Yeah,
area.
people had planes.
Please
and
go.
They dropped grenades out of planes, like crop farmers or whatever, like crop dusters. I mean, but like,
yeah, that wasn't.
I don't know that it was the government.
Yeah, that wasn't a government sanctioned attack. That wasn't. I mean, that's just a fact.
And this is why I wanted to stop you, because you go on these tirades and you start naming like 15 random disparate events that have nothing to do with each other, and you be having little lies laid in all of this shit.
The government helped the attack, and I'm done with that.
How?
Just go do your
How?
research.
Bro, we show you we got research and evidence on the screen. You've been crying about people not showing research, and now we ask you, the least you can do is name something.
Name what?
Oh, fuck you. Never.
Proof of the government sanctioned attack on Black Tulsa, on Black Wall Street.
Well, for one, you had infiltrators within the police departments in Oklahoma helping. And this is known.
Well, hold on before anybody do anything else. We're gonna read some more of these paragraphs here. It says here, by 1850, Ellison had 37 slaves while his son owned another 16. He was one of about 180 black slave masters in South Carolina at the time, most of whom were former slaves themselves. Like Ellison, they realized that the only way to get out of the lower middle class that so many freed blacks were stuck in was slave labor. With nearly 9,000 free blacks in South Carolina, that 180 made up a tiny percentage who were willing to do anything to compete with the upper class white slave owners at the time. Just because they owned slaves, that did not mean they were treated equally among slave owners. As Ellison subtly hints in his letter, white slave owners would avoid interacting with the African Americans as much as possible. Ellison provided many whites in the era with what were the best cotton gins available, which meant that if they wanted to produce the most cotton, they would have to do business with them. They would often try to avoid paying him, though, despite discrimination, blacks owning blacks continued all the way up to the Civil War, with many African American slave owners, including Ellison, contributing and supporting the Confederate side. Stories like Ellison's and other black slave owners showed the economic power of slavery in South America in the 19th century. The easiest way to achieve financial and social success was to own slaves, and the allure of Southern wealth was enough that it convinced a few of slavery's former victims to switch to the other side. What say you, brothers?
A few, yeah.
About him supporting the Confederacy, I know that was that happened. There was a lot of black slaves who actually, supported the Confederacy, and black slave owners who didn't want this shit to end. So that is a fact.
So they were the true sellouts, right? Because they were making money over there. They said they switched sides. They switched sides.
What I'm not understanding. What I'm not understanding is that since we've acknowledged that a lot of people, most people actually that fight for reparations, also acknowledge that Africans owe. I mean, what is the? I'm not understanding why this black slave owner argument is still continuing to be brought up by these people that want to defend white people from what they did in history.
Well, I think David's point.
What is that? What is, because again, the reparations argument is, it's not even about race. Ultimately, at this point, it's not about going after white people. That's not what it's about. It's not about taking anything from white people. Again, this is institutional. So I don't understand why this even matters. I mean, if you got white people and you had white indentures, and here's the thing, you got people that say, "Oh, you had white slaves too." I haven't heard anyone fighting for reparations fighting against that. If you got poor white people out here that had ancestors that were indentured servants or whatever like that, and they were mistreated, I don't hear any black people saying they shouldn't get money. White people stay getting free money in America. Let's stop playing. So why bring up that point? I don't know. You had white slaves too. Okay, well, fight for reparations. What the fuck? Oh, you guys have been getting free shit. Oh, white people have been getting free land. You had government programs giving white people free land. You had government programs like the GI Bill, putting them through college for free, basically building the white middle class that you see today. The white middle class was built by the government. Let's be clear, okay? Just like the inner cities were basically built by the government, and now they're being subsidized by the government. The white suburbs were built by the government through all of these government programs that, guess what, black people didn't qualify for. So that's part of the reparations argument. Again, you had bills like the GI Bill that almost single-handedly built the white middle class that we had no access to. Yes, we're owed something for that. That's institutional bias. You gave all this fucking free money to this group, built their middle class, and now you got all these crackers walking around today. Oh, we worked for this. Well, my ancestors worked for this. Well, no, your ancestors got free land from the government. That's where that came from. We didn't get that. So that's part of the reparations argument. I don't understand.
Let me ask you a question, TVA. But black veterans can get it now, right? Like black veterans can get, home loans. They get the GI Bill. They can get, pensions, VA healthcare, and things like that. So, so could you say that it'll be built now? You know what I'm saying? Like, because wealth transfers, right?
Right. That's the point. We're talking about generational wealth. Okay. So way back then, Grandpa Joe came back from World War so-and-so or whatever war, got free college or free training for trade, free land. So now, guess what? Grandpa Joe can send his kids to good schools. Grandpa Joe's got a good paying job.
Yeah, because I was going to say,
so he can live in a nice neighborhood. You see what I'm saying? Grandpa Joe has a house that he can pass down to his kids. So now his kids they're adults. Now they got a house. You see how generational wealth that we missed out on.
No, but my granddad actually did receive GI Bill benefits.
Okay, well, I don't know what year and I don't know how that worked. But black men were not eligible.
he was a chef in World War II. Now he didn't go to school. He didn't go to school, but when he died, the life insurance policy, what I mean, that money from the whenever somebody, a certain member dies, they receive that life insurance. I believe it was the VA life insurance. I'm not.
Yeah, is that tied to the GI Bill though? I don't know if that's tied to the
you
GI
might be right.
Bill.
Yeah, I think you, because he didn't go to school, so he didn't use the GI Bill for that.
Right.
But,
yeah, I don't know, because I know for a fact black men were not allowed. Like, black men were excluded from that. Only white men could get that shit. So again, if we're talking about generational wealth, we're talking about way back then, way back in the day. Head Start. Right? Got a head start. Grandpa Joe has a house to pass down to his kids, free land to pass down to his kids. His kid had a good education because Grandpa Joe got free training, free school training. The mom didn't have to work, so the kids got more time with mom at home, so the mom could help more with homework. The kids got home.
Hey, you know what?
Meals. You see how this all ties in?
I'm gonna call my dad and ask him about that whole thing, because I'm actually gonna die. I need to do some research into that, because until you brought that up.
Why are we connecting this to slavery though?
Damn, Dave, you came in with that crisp ass mic, boy. You came in that bitch.
Man, what kind of goddamn microphone you got over there? Goddamn,
that nigga came in that bitch like Barry White. He came in like Barry White. He came in that mug smooth.
Kind of goddamn mic you got going on over there?
I'm tying this to institutional bias, brother. That's my point. This is why I'm saying that institutions owe for the reparations.
No, but see, and this is the problem with your argument, and not you personally. I don't want to make it a personal thing, but it's like this argument is not your argument. This is an argument I've heard so many times, and that we are owed slave reparations for things that have nothing to do with slavery. Can we deal with the issues of black people separately? Because you're no longer, it's almost like you're leaving the slave argument behind. Yes, you can make, because when you go to these individual things, these aren't black things per se. Like, they targeted black people broadly, but when it comes to the people individually affected, those people have individual claims. And so, like, the thing about this broad reparations for just black people, like, no, bro, let the people who have individual claims, or even their descendants, if they have individual claims, let them get what they're owed. But this argument that we're just owed this broad thing of black reparations, like, even when I buy into what you're saying, it's not a broadly black thing. There are specific people who have specific grievances that can have specific redress. But that doesn't mean we get reparations because you're black.
Yeah, plus, I could agree. I gotta jump off real quick. God damn it, Bitcoin is at 47,000. I gotta go look at my goddamn portfolio. I don't know what the hell is going on. I just got a notification, but real quick. I can agree with taking the word slavery out. I could agree with just saying reparations. I could agree with that. Reparations for past grievances, or reparations for past institutional bias, damages for past institutional bias that can be documented and proven. I can agree with that. Take slavery. Jesus. The word, don't say slave reparations, because it's not just slavery. And I can agree it shouldn't really be about that anyway. I mean, because there are many other reasons for why black people are owed reparations, in my opinion. From institutions.
It's a slaughter in the crypto market right now. Everything's
down. I mean, I got to go, man. I got to check my motherfucking money. Hey, X, man, I appreciate it, big dog.
Absolutely. Peace, brother TV. I was looking at mine too, man. I was looking at it earlier, man.
My engine down 31%.
Things are fluctuating on the old Bitcoin market. I think that fine. I don't have a problem with the whole reparations thing. My thing is that not everybody deserve it, nor should everybody get it. I think it should be applied for on a case-by-case basis. I don't think black folks should just get it, blanketly. And quite frankly, not every black folk needs it. I mean, I've said this many, many times. Like, why would you give me money and it's freaking people 10 miles from here sleeping in Tent City? Like, why would you hand me some money? I own a business. I have homes. I have vehicles. I have money in the bank. I have life insurance. I mean, why would you hand me a freaking check and not hand a check to the brother who's sleeping in the damn tent down in the park?
See, But see, brother X, me and my dad had this conversation. Anytime they pass any type of legislation or benefit for blacks, the upper echelon blacks, the educated blacks, are always the ones who take advantage of it before anybody else does.
Right. And
yeah, but that's stupid though, because
but that's how it always happens. It always happens.
I mean, I would because I don't even know, right? Imagine this, right? Imagine if they say, okay, we're gonna give all you Negroes money, right? All you need to do is prove that you was related to John Henry from 1830. He's your great grandfather. Just prove that. Now, I could probably prove it if I'm really related to this person. I could go back, go up my family tree, talk to folks, get literature, even if it's going to cost me a few dollars. I could probably do it. I could come in there with the documents and say, look, John Henry was my great grandfather, and get my check. But what about the dude who's more directly related to John Henry than me? But see, he sleeps in the park in a homemade tent. He sleeps in a refrigerator box. He doesn't have the resources to get the paperwork and get all this documentation, even though he may be more deserving of the money than me. That's what I'm talking about. Because a lot of the people who are worthy of the money won't get it for the simple fact that they don't have the resources, they don't have the apparatus to get at it, they don't know, and they could have more goddamn African slave blood in their body than I do. But being that I have more resources and more of an apparatus than them, I can get my documentation. They can't, so they out of the money. Wouldn't that happen to a lot of people?
That's how it always happens.
Yes, and this is another reason why I tried to phrase it as carefully as I did, and let the idea revolve around not slavery like we kind of agreed on before TVA left, but the issue of actual individual grievances. And even if you wanted to maintain like you're a part of the estate of whatever slave person you mentioned just now, but let's say John Henry.
I said John Henry.
Right. I know John Henry's still driving, man. Let's say we're all a part of his descendants or whatever. I think that means you would probably just have to settle for equal share if we're beyond children and grandchildren. Once you get beyond grandchildren, it's kind of like, you're all just vaguely members of his descendants. Yeah. So you all get an equal share, and it's no longer about you're rich and I'm poor. Now it's just, it's almost like divvying up a will at that point. And it takes sort of the moral weight out of it. Like you said, some people don't deserve it. Now it becomes deserve is not really the issue. It's what are you entitled to as a matter of law and how we divide up property.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. And here's another thing. And when I talk to people about this, they don't like it either. And shout out to Lady Deborah Leonelli for the $3 super chat. I wasn't even paying attention, even though it's freaking up there. I appreciate that. Lady Deborah, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Yeah, see, that's my thing. A lot of people are going to get that money if it ever comes that don't even really need it. And meanwhile, like I said, the people who are sleeping in the park who could really use that money aren't going to see a dime of it. That's my problem with it, man. Because if I don't get reparations, guess what? I'm going to be fine. All right. Nothing's going to happen to me because I don't get a reparation check. But guess what? That dude down sleeping in Tent City, all right, sleeping on the ground, with no food, no house. What about him?
And when you see him? But when you look at it, though, Brother X, it's the educated bourgeoisie of black people who are advocating for it. What's his name? Robert Johnson. He said 400,000. That's what he said.
Give everybody 400,000.
He said 400. He said that's what's old. He said 400,000. So I mean that's. So you always kind of see the upper, you know what I'm saying? The bourgeoisie is the ones who always advocating this. Because like you said, the people who you're talking about, Brother X, you never see, if anything, they'll use them, right, as evidence why you need reparations. But in reality, they're lining their own pockets, right? I mean, it's just a fact. I mean, that's just.
Because a lot of the people at the bottom are not going to see any of it anyway, and they need it the most. I mean, that's my main problem with the whole, reparation thing, is that the people who can use that money the most, man, they ain't gonna see that shit, man.
Brother X, I wanted to say this the other day on that panel the other day, but you know what's funny? We always talk about the racial wealth gap, right? But do you know the wealth gap in Black America? They said if Black America was its own nation, we'd be like a fifth world country.
Fifth world.
They said fifth world. Like that's just how much. Just the wealth gap is just enormous. Like it's shitting on the black to white racial wealth gap. It's like 400x almost.
I don't understand. Compared to who? All right, Black America versus who?
I guess like India. I guess like
we have 5 times.
What do we have? What do we have? 1.2 trillion something spending power somewhere in there, right? Is that what they estimated as $1.2 trillion when you talk about the Black collective?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard that number.
Oh, no, wait. No. That means we're competitive with some of the biggest countries in the world.
You said we're competitive?
But I think Brother Lou is talking about the wealth gap between, the haves and the have-nots within Black society. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Wealth gap between Black Americans.
Yeah. Like the richest Black American versus the poorest Black American. Like that wealth disparity is way worse than Black Americans to white Americans.
Well, someone I was listening to, some smart egghead guy was talking about that, just the wealth disparity between married couples and non-married.
That's true too. Yep.
Single moms, married couples. So I think that same dichotomy is at play in the numbers you're talking about.
Yeah, I think that factor. Yeah, that has to factor in two incomes. Yeah, that has to factor in.
And that's the thing, that once you start getting into the numbers of things, it becomes a different conversation, and not so much the narrative of like racial oppression and Black suppression. That is driving these numbers. It's more about like economic choices, personal choices and economic decisions, and that's kind of what leads to Black outcomes more so than any racist initiative people that people kind of name, these racial boogeymen that people point to.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I think we ride the racism horse quite a bit, man. And I think we ride it. I think we ride it a little more than is necessary. I guess because a lot of it is feel good, right? We want to feel good. We want to feel, like, the white folks did so much to us that we have to talk about it. We have to, and people get mad at you and shit, man. They get mad at you when you don't talk about things from this whole, Black folks, we suffered so much type shit.
But that's that's low key, like the only thing we can really unify around, though. Like, as Black Americans, really, when you think about it, like that's the common. Like if you just meet a random Black person in a coffee shop, what up, my brother, and then they'll just start talking about white people and shit. Like, you see all these white folks around here or something, like, most of the time that's what happens, right? Like, so then they'll just start. Then they'll think like you're an oppressed Negro, and they'll just start trying to relate to you through that, and they'll start talking jive, like, oh yeah, man, and even though they don't talk like that normally, so that's just, I don't know why that's like the only way we can really unify.
But isn't that kind of disingenuous though? Because the reality is this: when we're talking about racism, most of us, especially when we get up here on this YouTube shit, we are basically talking about some type of collective racism. Because most of us, we don't endure all the racism we always appear jaw-jinking about, man. On a personal level, anecdotally, many of us, man, we don't even see that much racism. You know why? Because many of us don't interact with other people. Most of us, man, we only interact with each other. So we're not seeing all this racism that we often talk about up here, man. We're just not, especially if you're a motherfucker who never leave out of grandma's basement. I mean, who's being racist towards you? Your grandmother, the fucking boiler next to your bed? I mean, where's all
YouTube trolls and shit like that?
Yeah. Oh, you talking about the internet racism? That kind of racism?
Can I offer an olive branch to the people out there who feel as though they have experienced some true racism? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, for all those of you out there who feel who've been harmed, who've been bamboozled, hoodwinked even by the white man, by these albinoid devils, I offer you this token of apology and just sincere longing for forgiveness on behalf of the white community.
What if we just started loving each other and serving each other and maybe washing each other's feet? What if we had a small group?
This is so cringe. Oh my
just
God.
humbled ourselves, got down here real low, and looked up to you and said, you know, I value you. I care what happens to you. I care what you.
This is low key gay.
Bro, this is
crazy. In America, I care about the hurts and wounds of your past. I care about history, my race against your race.
Is that what you want? Is this what you want? Do you niggas feel better now that your toes are wet because of this white man?
And I'm sorry. I repent. I didn't do it myself personally, but I take responsibility for my own race. Because Jesus didn't do anything to hurt people, but he took responsibility for them. He took responsibility when he went to the cross, and I need to go back to the cross.
Fair use, Negroes.
We need healing.
You see that young black boy right there? Look at that black boy. He is getting healed. You see that white man on his knees? He brought that white man to his knees.
This is, oh my God.
Heal.
Let's just wash each other's feet.
We need to heal this relationship. We need to be one together instead of you doing your thing and me doing my thing. And so you're a good representation, not just of Black America. You're a good representation of all people that may.
Look, he is all the brown people, all right? This white man is apologizing on behalf of all the people of color, all right? This is one long ass-kissing apology, and I hope you all feel it. I hope this apology touches you in your special place.
Maybe haven't been treated with value, wherever they're from. And I just want you to know that from this point on, my life is about making sure that you understand that.
He's changing his life, all right? He has redirected the energies of his life so that you will feel the healing of his anti-racism.
That you grow up in an America where there are people that value you from another race. I love you.
Yeah, the white man loves you. Did you catch that? I didn't want to fuck it up, but I just.
Oh, God. This
He
is
loves
just. Who agrees to get up on stage and let some man wash your feet? Who agrees to this?
That man he needed to be healed, brother X. Listen, let's not take this lightly. I don't think you understand. I don't know if I've ever witnessed.
Let's not diminish the significance of the act.
Yeah, this is a racial move. Like the white man has cleansed his soul, and the black kid has cleansed his toes. Like this is perfect.
You from another race. I love you, bro.
And of course, the audience roars into laughter and applause too.
Oh man, listen, is this what? If people want that, then I mean, who am I to tell people not to want what they really want, bro?
I think a lot of black folks do want this. I think a lot of black people really want this. I think that black people, especially ones who's always crying racism all the goddamn time, I think they really want to be able to walk into somewhere and just have white folks just, adore them and, just fill them with feelings of glee and love. And, they want to be able to walk into places and, have white folks bow down to them and also kind of foolishness. I think that is what a lot of white people think. Black people think they're going to get. They think that day is coming where, they rule the world. They are in control of everything. Everything that white folks have, black folks will have their hand in it and be able to control it. And see me, I just don't believe that. See, I believe in taking my life in my own hands, man, my destiny in my own hands. And I don't need freaking white people to fucking validate it or confirm it or make it seem official. All right. I don't need white people for that, man. I don't. And is there racism in this fucking country? You absolutely right there is. But you know what? I use the fucking racism, the white supremacy, the white power structure, the Jim Crow, the redlining, all that bullshit. I use it as a motivator to do better and to have more for not just me, but the people who come behind me, the people who stand behind me, and the people who have yet to come. So I don't believe in that bullshit that everybody, oh man, the white folks doing this, white folks doing that. A lot of these people are fucking lying because a lot of you motherfuckers don't even interact with white people at all. So you're talking about fucking racism that you don't even feel, that you don't even fucking encounter, racism that you don't even see. Because guess what? Most of us Negroes, guess what? We live around a bunch of other Negroes. So if you're feeling any prejudice, any discrimination, any bigotry, it's from them Negroes you live around. But that's all.
That's a good point. I want to say this too. Like, okay, let's talk about this, right? Wouldn't that be some type of like, let's say all 40 million black people receive some type of restitution, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that breed contempt? Because we're still in America, right? It's not like we get the money and we're gone. You know what I mean? It's not like we take the money and we all.
Oh no, brother Lou. We're all moving to Africa. Haven't you heard? Once we all get reparations, we're all just chartering all these planes, and we're all flying to Africa with our reparation money. But go ahead.
Right, that's what I was saying. I mean, wouldn't that? I feel like that would like breed a lot of contempt. Not even just from whites. I'm talking about from immigrant groups. I mean, that would make us literally public enemy number one. But I guess they'll say we already are public enemy number one. But I don't think so. I think that if that happened on a scale like that, I think that black people would. I don't think we would be ready. I don't think we would be able to protect ourselves from this newfound reparation. Like, think about like a lottery winner, right? Like, when we get the same type of experience like that, like we just all get this money out of nowhere. I mean, now everybody, it's all eyes on us now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Globally.
Yeah. So, plus me, man, I don't want the government to give me nothing, man. I don't want shit from this fucking government. You know what I want the government to do for me, brothers? Get out of my fucking way. Get out of my way. That's what they can do. You want to give me reparations? That's my reparations. Just get out of my fucking way. Let me do what I need to do. And that's it. I'll take care of the rest. Keep your fucking money. Because it's probably going to come with fucking prerequisites and fucking stipulations anyway. I tell motherfuckers all the time, they give your asses $5 million a piece. You ain't going to be able to cry about discrimination on the job. You ain't going to be able to cry about police brutality. You ain't going to be able to cry about bigotry inside the fucking supermarket. Because guess what? When the police pull up, they're going to be like, we ain't listening to your black ass. Ain't you one of them reparated Negroes? Didn't you get $5 million fucking dollars? We ain't trying to hear your ass bitch and moan about somebody discriminated against your ass. Right. That's it.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
That's it. That is it. They give your black ass $5 million, a $5 million check. Guess what? They're not going to be trying to hear no more of this racism shit. They're not. That's how you end racism. Y'all talking about racism? Well, it's going to end the crying about racism. All right? They're going to end that because you ain't going to be able to bitch and moan about your racism after you get that $5 million check. All right? You're not. They ain't going to be trying to hear your ass. They're not. I'm just saying. So, but see, black folks, we want the $5 million check. And right after we get the check, we want to bitch about how it ain't enough. We still going to want to bitch about the racism in this country. We still going to want to bitch about the discrimination, the bigotry, the racial profiling. We still going to want to bitch about that after the $5 million check we get. I'm telling you. And guess what? White folks ain't going to be trying to hear your black ass.
Right, because reparations won't change the behavior.
Nope.
Money doesn't change behavior. So I mean,
it doesn't.
You know what I mean? Like, and then Michael Jordan will get one. I mean, he'll be good, or you know what I mean. But like, if the average run of the mill Negro gets it, that shit gonna get fucked off. I mean, I just keep it real. It's gonna get fucked off, tricked off. I mean, and then we're gonna be right back at square one. I mean,
yeah, and most importantly, brother Lou, it's not going to end racism. You think
exactly.
once y'all get them fucking checks that now racism mysteriously disappears? Fuck no. If anything, it might fucking increase it.
That's what I exactly.
White people will be like, God damn, you gave all these fucking Negroes money. All these motherfuckers got a $5 million check, and my white ass still got to get up 4 o'clock in the morning and go to a fucking job that I hate.
Driving Uber Flex and DoorDash and shit like that. You know, they're gonna be fucking mad, dog. Them motherfuckers gonna be heated.
I gotta go to a job that I fucking hate, and it barely fucking makes my mortgage and my car note. And this black motherfucker walking around here with a $5 million check, and this motherfucker ain't had a job in 9 years and still living in his grandma's cellar. This is some bullshit.
Yep, the niggas won't be able to get no Uber rides. They're gonna be fucking canceling on niggas.
Yep.
Airbnbs, motherfuckers gonna cancel like
the motherfucking white taxi drivers and other taxi drivers. They gonna pick your ass up. They see you standing out there, you know, because they're gonna know you're a reparated Negro, because you know you're gonna have on the latest Jordans, $25,000 worth of fucking jewelry on. You know, motherfucking a fitted cap with a fucking solid gold bill and shit. You know, they're gonna know you're a reparated Negro just by the way you look. All your shit gonna be gold, you know, crystals and diamonds and platinum and shit. I'm like, I ain't picking this motherfucking reparated ass Negro up. I'm not picking this motherfucker. I know you got a motherfucking Lamborghini park somewhere, motherfucker. You better drive that. Yeah. Telling you.
Yeah.
What it's gonna be.
It's nothing wrong with rideshare jobs. I'm just saying that, like, it's not I mean, you don't get benefits. It's not. I wouldn't say that's a white privilege gig is what I'm saying, because you don't get vacation, you don't get, you know, insurance and shit like that. No, you know, T.P.O.T. You don't get no overtime and shit like that. That's what I was saying.
Mm-hmm.
But, that's what I was getting at with that.
Because white people will become the new Negroes now. Now they the new niggas. Now they robbing you motherfuckers, because they know all you motherfuckers got $5 million. They can be sticking Negroes up and everything, boy. I'm telling you. They'll be definitely fucking with black holes then. I know they don't really like them now, but boy, they know them black holes got them $5 million checks. Boy, let me tell you, boy.
White Pookie, they gonna be running through black. It's gonna go right back to them white boys.
Yeah, motherfucking white thugs, boy. They gonna have a harem of black holes. A harem, trust me. A fucking stable of goddamn black holes they gonna have. Them fucking white
Nigerian
thugs.
motherfuckers. Nigerians will be out there, bitch, gunning for us and shit. Like I said, it'll be public enemy number one for real. Like,
motherfucking right.
That's something people don't, you know, want to, like, you know, I mean, it's cool to ask for it, but it's the aftermath, right? And what are you gonna do after it? Are we gonna build an infrastructure? You know, are we gonna build, you know, our own government inside of America, I guess, or whatever? Or are we gonna, you know what I'm saying?
That's a nice thought. Right? That's a nice thought, but I mean, I don't think it would be any of that.
Yeah, off the resume, right? Off the resume we have, I don't see that happening either. I don't.
I think other people will start to look at us differently, and I think it would increase discrimination and racism. That's what I think it would do, because, you know, it's not like it's gonna be secret. You know, they give every black person a $5 million check. Everybody gonna know it.
Everybody gonna know it.
Yeah, everybody gonna know it. So
I mean,
ain't gonna be no secret.
Like yesterday or the other day when we were arguing, I came in late, but when at the first half of that stream you had on X, and Conservative was like, I don't think you guys realize what you're asking for. You're asking for legislation for one specific group, like you want to be a protected class. But what if it was on the reverse? What happens when that comes and reverses? And now there are laws in the books just for white people against you. Right? And none of them could like calculate. They couldn't do 1 + 1 and like factor in the math. Like, that could go south real fast if we're gonna start talking about entitlements for one specific group, which we kind of already do have. But yeah,
you know,
Well, brother Styles, that's what we were talking about, a while back. Like, we
I
often
missed
hear
all of it.
we often hear black people talk about, how much more they are deserving of things simply because our ancestors were slaves. How we deserve a bigger benefit of the doubt from white people because white people own slaves. And I just don't agree with that shit. I don't think that, we should get more of a benefit of a doubt because our ancestors were slaves. I don't think we should get lesser prison sentences because our ancestors were slaves. I don't think that we should get more chances at fucking up just because white folks own slaves. I just don't believe that.
And you
I
know
don't
what I
believe
want
that.
to another thing too is like you I mean when you look at wealth, it's really off business ownership, right? Who has equity, he who collects the taxes from Caesar is normally the one who is the richest, right? So you look at Amazon, all these things. So there's not even enough black businesses to patronize. So what'll probably end up happening that Louis Vuitton will probably open up a sale, and all these other Netflix will have a sale, and all these companies and shit, Apple will have a sale. They're just hyper induce black people just to spend more, and that should be gone. Like, because we don't have any black, what I'm saying? We don't collect taxes. You know what I mean? We don't as a whole, black businesses, black people don't have equity of ownership in these businesses like that. So so it's kind of like a fool's errand in my opinion. That's why I was telling you earlier. Like I said, it might have to be something different, like not a check, but like income tax void for 7 years, or
Yeah.
half of property taxes.
Even that though, man, even that could go south because then the other groups will be like, well, I gotta pay taxes. If you're Nigerian, you're somebody who didn't own, if you're not included in this group, they're gonna look at you. Well, why come they don't gotta pay taxes? I still gotta pay taxes. You see,
They weren't. I'm saying, but we're talking about from the reparation standpoint, though. I mean, I'm saying, I was saying like from the money, like just giving money. You know what I'm saying? Like giving money won't be the
just
best
throwing money
way
at
to
the
do
problem.
Right, exactly. It would. I would say it would have to,
like you said, we've already seen examples of that and how it doesn't work. It's been proven.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying about
throwing money at a problem. Yeah,
yeah. That's what I was saying. Like, so do y'all see what I'm saying about that? Like maybe removing income tax off the as reparations for like 7, 8 years, or you only pay half of property taxes.
Let me ask a question, because they gave out all these stimulus checks to people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear a surge of people opening businesses? Did you hear a surge of people investing? Did you hear of a surge in people paying off their debts? Did you hear a surge of people taking that money and putting it to something viable? Did you hear about that? Not saying that it didn't happen.
They consumed it.
But did you hear
I paid my debt off. I paid some of my debt off, but I know what you're saying. No, it's definitely did not hear it on a large.
I used it in productive ways when I got it, but yeah, on a large scale, they just consumed it.
I want to hear.
Well, y'all some lucky motherfuckers, because I ain't getting no goddamn stimulus check. Goddamn.
Well, I'm disabled, so
it was based on my it was based on my tax return before I got what I'm doing now. So
am I lucky? X?
No stimulus for me. Goddamn it. I mean, but what I'm saying is this. I mean, all those people got that money, and I'm assuming that a lot of the people who got the money weren't just people like you,
no, you're
that
right.
work shit like that. A lot of the people that got the money, a lot of these motherfuckers don't have no job. A lot of these motherfuckers got that money and was getting a fucking $500 a week fucking a stimulus check too.
Students, people in college were getting really rich. I mean, they would get college students got hella money from like they got grants. There was the CARES Act, the stimulus and everything. College students got paid during this pandemic.
I mean,
me and my brothers used that money
didn't hear it
productively last year. I think my brother's got a car. I got another laptop and another wheelchair. Like I kind of needed that money.
You put some rims on that wheelchair. Kid?
No, but it was a higher end wheelchair. But
that should be tight. You have to put a TV on
well, someone like you, brother Styles, you deserve it. It's a lot of motherfuckers who You know, a lot of motherfuckers didn't deserve it. A lot of motherfuckers didn't deserve it. All right, let's be honest. You know, a lot of people didn't deserve it, and a lot of the people who got that money. Now, I'm not one to tell people how to use their money, but I mean, you would think that if the government's giving you out all this free money, man, you would use it for something, productive. Get you a little bullshit whip or something so you can ride around and look for jobs. Invest it in something, pay off some debt, pay off some bills, buy your kids some clothes, that kind of shit. If you're taking it and doing that, I'm with you. If you took that money and just fucked it up and got high and was up in the club and also kind of bullshit, I don't respect you, man. I don't give a fuck who doesn't like it. I don't respect you if that's what you did with all that money the government gave you. If you didn't do no productive shit with none of that money, you're a dumbass, man. You're
I
use
that money and I helped my folks like fix the house up. We had issues with the house. Like I really did not want to waste that money on just weed and liquor. Like I really, it helped me a lot. Like take care of some serious issues last weed and reefer. Remember that? Reefer. 1975. But yeah, like I used that money. Me and my family used that money, and it helped us in a myriad of ways last year. But I know what y'all talking about. There are people who were just buying Jordans and just buying the Jordans.
Oh yeah, I know. I got a couple of them dumb motherfuckers in my family. I'm like, you motherfuckers got this free money, and y'all just gonna fuck it up. Getting high and hanging out and doing this kind of bullshit.
I mean, we got 2 checks. I mean, it was, and then co-op. I don't know about that, man, because California was one of the biggest states that was giving out college students for the CARES Act. Man, I don't know what you mean by that, bro. I mean, that was. I mean, they were giving out college kids money. Serious, they had like 2-3 rounds of it. I mean, they were like. So I don't know.
Yeah, look at it. Look at this shit. Look what Brother Deshaun said. A lot of small businesses could be started with stimulus, and he's right.
You know what, Deshaun?
He's right.
I told somebody what to do, man. I told him to use a stimulus check to file bankruptcy because he had like a whole bunch of medical bills. I think it was over like 200,000 plus. I think something like that. I said, man, bro, just go ahead and use that stimulus money to pay that because the bankruptcy is about either $1,300 to $1,500. So I mean, that worked out well. So he's right. I mean, because getting out of debt, that's powerful. And he's right, man. And you don't need an LLC to have a business. You know what I mean? You can just start a business right now.
You just started off, and because that's how I started off, man. I didn't have no LLC or none of that shit. I didn't have an EIN or none of that shit in the beginning. It was just me working out of my fucking garage. That came afterwards. Once I got a little more money, a little more revenue, a little more legit, where I had to literally go legit because of what I was doing. But when I started out, man, I didn't have none of that shit. It was cash and carry. Now, a lot of my money is digital. I have a bullshit accountant that shows up every now and then, so, it's show up every now and then. But, so you don't have to, and I will tell brothers this, man, just like Brother Lou just said, man, you don't have to just go out and do all this bullshit.
Oh, Trey in the back. Brother.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I see him. You don't have to, you don't have to do all of that bullshit, man. You can start your business off with your supplies, whatever you think you need. And as you get to making your money, that'll come. I'm telling you, it will. Because if my ass can do it, any one of you motherfuckers can do it. Trust me. If I can do it, you motherfuckers can do it.
What did I miss? Because I was doing my sports show, and I kept seeing like dudes was yelling, and
you missed all kind of shit. You missed multiple rapid fires because it's open debate night. So it's a bunch of Negroes talking for the most part with no referee or nothing. Man? No referee, no nothing.
It's over.
What did TVA do this time?
Now you gotta watch. You gotta watch the playback, man. It's worth it. It's worth it, Trevor.
It's worth it. It's like that.
I mean, it's always worth it.
Fun with
it's always fun on these peer bands.
Yeah, and I'm gonna keep it free. I'm not gonna make it members only. So Negroes will be able to watch it. I'm not gonna make it members only.
Man, is that Antoine Dubuc-Clay down in the bottom left? No, that's Antoine Dubuc-Clay.
Yeah, the Louisiana State Treasurer, right? But
no.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot I was gonna say something.
Oh, that's
Hood server was trying to say something.
stream I want to
let's
follow.
rezone Lou with that.
No,
Go ahead,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah. Antoine Doodle Clay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me? Am I good?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah,
You got
you
it. Go
good.
ahead.
Yeah, no, you good, man. I didn't mean to come in there turning up. I didn't even realize I was yelling at TVA. So I actually hopped off and looked back at the because I was walking my damn dog, man. I didn't really realize I was yelling at him like that. He said, "Man, you came in here with all this energy." I was like, "Yo, I didn't. That wasn't my intention." But,
Somebody
it,
got to
it,
yell at
it's
that nigga.
yeah,
Well,
man. It was just
well, it was
It's
rapid
all
fire.
good.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Rapid fire
it
is
was rapid.
loud,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. I mean,
Rapid fire, you
that ain't
can say
nowhere near
whatever you
the.
want.
Yeah, that ain't the
Oh
worst we
yeah.
done seen on here, dog.
Yeah.
Like, come on,
Oh,
man.
no,
That
no,
ain't
no,
no.
no.
TVA is gonna be TVA. He's gonna be TVA.
Hey, Lou. You
Huh?
took the
I don't
stream
hold
you
nothing.
did the other day down. I wanted to show my brother that so bad.
Oh no,
but
I
you
made
took
it public again. I just put it.
Oh,
back
you
up.
did?
Yeah,
Because
it's
I
just
told him
public.
about what
Yeah.
happened. He was laughing. He was laughing about what happened to the dude when
Oh, the
Sir
man.
Ism came in.
The
Yeah, when
M-
Sir Ism came in. Bro, Sir Ism lit fire to that nigga.
Oh
The
yeah.
white man.
I guess and I guess for me it's just like all of this, man, all of this going back to try to get stuff from people. It's like, yo, if you can't provide paperwork and prove all that shit, you can't do the whole blanket thing, man. Like it just, as far as the past goes, like it is what it is with that. That was
Yeah.
just my whole thing. And it's just like you're advocating for, like, it just sounds like advocating for all these victims. And I just don't subscribe to the whole victim mindset
It's
aspect of
communism.
it.
Yeah.
It's
You know
all
what
at
I'm
the end
saying?
of the
Like
day when you
that's
listen
it.
to them speak. When you listen to them speak under all of it, it's veiled communism. They're just advocating for Marxism, communism. That's all.
Yeah,
it
and,
is.
and here's
why-
the problem.
Go ahead.
Here's the
Trey.
problem.
Go ahead.
And the STEMI checks was a perfect example of this. Now, you take for instance, like a couple industries, like, they always talking about, well, you don't need an LLC or anything to get going. Well, one, with trucking, yeah, you do. Like a STEMI, the one STEMI check people could have started their own LLC, got the MC/DOT number, EOC3, everything, freaking DUNS number, everything could have been done in a wrap, and they could have put a down payment on a truck or got their credit fixed.
Trey, I got one question, Trey. But
Yeah.
you couldn't use it just the EIN though.
Nah.
You need an LLC. Okay.
No, yeah, for trucking, you
Okay.
need the whole nine.
Okay.
You could get started, driving for somebody else, but if you're gonna start your own business, one thing that needs to be seasoned. It has to be seasoned, like in order to start getting contracts, in order to start getting freight,
Okay. I
working
got
with
you.
Oh
brokers.
yeah.
I got you.
Or
I
you-
got you.
Mhm.
I feel. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, when
Or
I
you just
when I started out working in my garage, so people would just come, and I would get shit fixed. But as I made more money, I knew that I had to go legit. I knew this had to be more legitimate because too much money was coming in. So you need the LLC and the EIN, to kind of put an umbrella over your money. So you just look more legit on paper. You know what I'm
so
saying? You
nobody
have to
can
look.
sue you.
Yeah, you
That's
got to look
it.
legit on paper. You got to.
That's it.
You got to look
Hey,
legit
let me
on
ask
them papers.
Hey,
Trey,
real quick, let me finish up. One thing I was gonna go with is the aspect of what the STEMI checks and everything showed was that a certain amount of people just ain't gonna do nothing, and it ain't got to do it black, white, or anything. It's just Americans across the board. Last year when they got those checks, the majority of them blew it on absolutely nothing, and only a certain group of individuals like ourselves, we're like, you know what? No, I can flip this. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
if you take that to the whole, argument of okay, getting special favors and monetary favors for black folk, every single time, like somebody like me, I'm gonna be like, hell no, you might want to call it conservative talking points or whatever. But I'm like this: if I can get it out the mud and have that start from absolutely nothing, go broke 3 times, be homeless, and still get to the point where I'm at now, why can't you? That's why I look at other people, be like,
That's it.
any excuse you may give. If you're a man, now women, like I said, I don't get into this with women, but if you a man, ain't nothing gonna be handed to you in this world as a man. We know all these programs and everything are gonna go to women, but as a man, they're gonna look at you and be like, "Hey, you ain't getting in this shelter. Go grab one of them tents under the underpass or whatever. Try to stay warm around the barrel fire." You know what I'm saying? So as a man, you got to take advantage of it because ain't nobody gonna look out for a dude.
Yeah. And ain't nobody gonna give you shit, man. Ain't nobody gonna give you shit, man. They're not.
And I'll say this too.
I just want to propose.
Go ahead, Luke.
My bad. I just want to propose this, Trey, real quick. Let me ask you this, Trey. Did you hear what my propagation was, what my proposal was about the taxes.
Yeah,
because wouldn't that be a conservative effort though? I mean,
no, it's communist.
No, taxes.
Removing
taxes is communist.
Yeah, because what it's going to do, it identifies identity politics. You're going to divide. You're going to use it by identity politics, and what that is going to do is,
if you have written documentation, what I'm saying, of that, then I mean that's.
But what's going to happen is the identity politics. It's not the point of helping, the group. That's not the point of it. The point is that what Marxist commies do, they use that to divide, to cause dissension amongst, between groups. Say all of a sudden, okay, now looks like y'all are saying, now black people getting that, you're gonna have white taxi drivers be like, no man, like you said, go drive your Lambo. No, you got that check.
Well, I was talking what right, that was off the check though. I'm talking about you're right, that's off the check. That's why I don't agree with just handing out a check. I'm saying like, like income tax, off proven descendants of slaves for 7
and then what
years.
you're gonna get is we call it $5 Indians. You're gonna get $5 niggas now. You can have white boys showing up with cornrows and shit.
That's funny. Yeah, that probably would happen. That's what makes it so hard though. I mean, it's hard to like just go straight to this. To the
and I guess and when I came on, we were talking with TVA and stuff, and when I was talking about that's why I'm not with the whole victim thing. Like it should just be scrubbed altogether. And I guess saying like it's not that certain people aren't victims, but when you start in the context of that conversation, we can't do that. We just can't. Like the past is what it is, and we just can't. We can't try to
so much
the
time
past
has passed
in a blanket.
So much,
bro.
So much time has
bro.
passed, and the people they're talking about, they're long dead. The oppressors and the oppressed. We are different people. This is a new generation, and this is why I argue so hard against these dudes. Well, let me say this really quick. This is why I argue so harshly against these dudes, because it's like you're just as bad as the people you're claiming to be railing against. You keep telling the next generation after you to feel this way about a group and saying they did such and such to us, when this is another group of white people. You are a different group of black people. We're not the same people anymore. That's a different era. That age is coming past. So you're just going to keep propagating racist idea on both sides to the next generation, where they can live in a world where that doesn't exist. Like I told you, I didn't know what racism was until I was in the 6th grade. My parents never talked about it. They never ever said black.
Right.
I never heard it.
Right.
But
and they don't realize the fact.
Hey,
they don't realize the fact that
your mic kind of loud. Your mic kind of loud.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, my bad. No, go ahead, Lou. My bad.
I was gonna say though, but that's why I kind of I did want to move past slavery. I was talking about like Jim Crow, all these things like black. I mean, that was like that's why it's not even like a white person thing of slave. I'm talking about like that was a government,
right.
government sanctioned terrorism on black people, right? I mean, I know it's like it happened, but y'all don't think that, and that's why I said impose the tax levy, right, or tax relief, because you're not really taking money from anybody if you do it like that. Then it's upon the Negro to amass his own wealth that he might have missed out on prior to that, right? That's why I'm saying.
Here's the
you
problem.
See what I'm saying?
There's always going to be a group of people who are going to look at that and say they have an advantage over me. But
here's the problem with that. Like Lou, when I gave the ops the benefit of the doubt, and I'm like, what? Let me dig into my dad's side of the family and see what's going on here. All I kept finding was more wealth, more veterans of freaking wars, more GI benefits from black men after World War II. More land that my family owned, and everybody been balling since like the 1800s.
No, you're right, because my great granddad, he owned some land, but they tricked it off later on in life. But
yeah,
so did my family. My family did too. We had a bunch of land down here in North Carolina, and
we had at least about 3-4 acres in Mississippi.
Like half of it is gone. They all sold it because they didn't want it. They said they didn't want the land. They sold it.
Oh, my dad sold it because the light-skinned people, they were mad because the light-skinned folks in my family were mad because my great-grandmother gave it to my dad to be basically be her, what do you call it when somebody passes away?
Heir?
No, he was the one that was in charge of, deciding what happened to it.
Proxy, medical proxy.
Yeah. So when he died, you know, most of my family's all these, you know, light skinned geeky looking motherfuckers or whatever. And
Geechee.
he was like, no, fuck it, I'm selling it all, and went back to Germany. He was in the military. He came back from Vietnam, had to take care of my great grandmother passed away, and take care of property. He said, fuck it, I'm gonna sell it all.
Yeah, well,
But
you know,
now,
where there's a
here's the
will, there's relatives. So
yeah.
go ahead.
Here's the thing about that though. When I was back there, part of her land is up for sale. Like I literally can go back and get that land right now and like flip it to like some company. And so I'm like, all of us right now, if you got a credit score way up in the air and you got some kind of capital and you can come up with a business plan and a profit and loss statement, you can go out and do the same thing. Ain't nothing stopping anybody. And right now, how woke things are, I would say black folks have the advantage.
Yep.
You know what? I
Yeah,
just read something, Trey, on reading this about the GI Bill's effect on black veterans. So it says, from the start, black veterans had trouble securing the GI Bill's benefits. Some could not access benefits because they had not been given an honorable discharge. It said a large number of black veterans were discharged dishonorably than their white counterparts. I mean, so that's actually another element to it, though, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, you know what I mean? Because
I think that often what happens is we try to put people with lack of opportunity in the same damn box with the people who have a lack of enthusiasm.
Right.
I think we mix those people up, man. Like, you know, like they're all the same and they're not. You know, I believe some people legitimately, you know, they may get the short end of the stick, whether it be because of where they were born or who the hell they were born to. But I also believe that a lot of motherfuckers are just lazy as shit and don't have the drive, the desire, or the interest to do nothing. I also believe that. So, and I don't think those two groups of people should be in the same bag. I just don't. But that's all.
Yeah, and you're absolutely. Is my mic still messed up, or I sound all right?
No, it was just a little loud.
No, you good.
Yeah, you
Go
good.
ahead. You got it. You got it.
Okay, bet. It's the issue is always trying to sort those people out, because the reality of it is that if there's a benefit out there, there's always going to be this group of people that are going to conspire to take advantage of that benefit. It doesn't matter what it is. You know what I'm saying? So the tricky part of trying to apply it to, like, I'm all for helping those who can't help themselves, but oftentimes the helping those who can't help themselves and helping those who won't help themselves, that area can get very, very gray. And that's why as a collective, like I'm against the collective, and I'm all for helping people on an individual basis. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's the misconception that's out here. Like when we're talking about ideologies and rhetorics and different things like that, people will all of a sudden, like they'll think that, okay, you just don't give a fuck about people like that. It's like, no. It really is an individual thing. If I'm talking to a person and I can see that they need help and I can help them, I'm going to help them. But that doesn't mean that every person who claims they need help, they should be helped. Those are two completely different things.
Well, a lot of that you hear, because I was arguing with this on Lou's panel and T.P.O.T's panel like earlier this week. A lot of that is virtue signaling and grandstanding. They're trying to make themselves feel better, or they're dealing with like survival's guilt. You know, a lot of these guys who are talking all this blackity black and wokety woke, they're actually successful in their real lives. And so they look at other people and they see they're not winning, and they have this My mother told me this. I asked her, I said, why did they do that? And she says, well, they have survival skills. You have to understand that they come from a certain area. They feel guilty that they got out and everybody else didn't. And my philosophy has always been, fuck those people. They didn't put the work in that I put in. Why should they get what I have? They didn't put the work in. Like, and I'm talking to the dude, and he's like, well, we need to turn back and give back. I asked them, they couldn't. I said, why? Why do we have to give back? In the black community, there's this idea that you have to give back no matter. Why do I have to give back? They want
to eat off another man's strength.
Well, giving back,
all my life, they don't deserve it. They don't.
Giving back would imply that you got something. If you're giving back, that would imply that you got something from from the said place where you're giving back to. And to be honest, you know, most brothers, the reason why they're able to do what they did is because they were able to get away from that fucking place that didn't give them shit. So they would be giving back what? I mean, I understand reaching back, but giving back would indicate that you got something because you're giving something back. And most people didn't get shit where they came from.
Well,
a
the
lot of
people
these
who were
dudes.
successful and were on the right path, they didn't get any support a lot of times. You
Yeah.
know, you've heard the story. You've heard the Tommy Sotomayor archetype of story of I'm in school, I don't get any help for tuition. He goes to jail, he gets a party, and they always put money on his books.
Yeah.
So they ostracize you, they push you out, they criticize you while you're here, they terrorize you, they torment you. And then when you say, you know what, fuck you people, you just walk off. When you come back, where you going?
You should sell out. I believe in this.
You hate me. Why should I stay here when you know the people I grew up with who were like this, who would call me names and say that I was trying to be right because I like to lead and speak correctly. What? And so and when you do better, they like, where you going? What do you mean where I'm going? I'm out.
I believe that these people, they are doing something for other people. What they're doing is blazing a trail for other Negroes to follow. And that's what Negroes need to do. They need to go ahead and that trail that brother blazed and got the hell up out of there, your ass need to go right behind him. That's what he's doing for you. He's showing you what to do. He's teaching you how to get the hell away from the rest of these Negroes who don't want to do shit. He's doing something for you.
Like I know, you know, we've all had our opinions about the management meetup, and I think it's going quite well so far. But just listen to what Theo has said about working with black men in the past, where he has knowledge, he has a way out, and he's tried to show them what to do, and they just can't stick with it. For whatever reason, they just can't stick with it. They can't be disciplined enough to look at information. All right, this is a guy, he knows what he's doing. Let me follow his instructions. They'll argue with him, and they're trying to negotiate with him. But they just shut up, shut the hell up, and listen. Learn. Maybe you might go somewhere. I don't.
He was definitely right about the AWS certification. No, that shit is pretty valuable.
Oh yeah, I'm doing that this month. I finished I didn't pass the last one, but that was the plan anyway because I didn't want to take the second test anyway. So I'm going to start that this month and do it myself because I actually, like you said, I did my research and I looked at it. I was like, I can't argue with these numbers. So I'm going to start that this month. But but remember how he would explain how he tried to work with white men and Asian men, and they would shut up and listen, and they'd have success. And the black dudes, he had to fight with them to just listen and stick with it. I'm
and that's one of the reasons why. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I said, nah, not for me, because I'm of this. If I'm showing people how to get in two industries, it's expedited freight, what I do in cannabis. And I tried to partner, with a couple cats, in the manosphere. As far it didn't go for it, just went, silly route. But I when you in a couple industries where you got to fight tooth and nail to get black men to come along, I'm like, no, I can't. Like, my own kids got to eat. I got to feed my own family. I can't worry about, somebody else. Like, and then it's like, okay, this is what I'll do. Here's the way. If you want it, follow it. If you really want it, pay me, and I'll show you to get there. But you have to want it. It can't be me leading you by the hand. And unfortunately, in the community, and I'll blame this on their mamas, that black men have became coddled, which is why I agreed the other night that black men do need protection. Certain types need protection because they're too effeminate. And I'm really worried about them when they get that rude awakening for the pook that they're scared, that they're caping for.
Man, my pops, and I'm sure you've had this, Trey, and you as well, Lou. Like, if my pops used to always tell me, don't follow the crowd. Man, they're picking on me. Shut up. Go to school. Like, so what are they picking on you? Did they touch you? Like, that's all I heard in life. Get over it. Overcome it. Don't let them get in your way. So when dudes are saying, man, but we need help, I'm with Trey. I don't get it. I can't relate.
Go ahead, brother.
I've never co-signed that kind of crap. I think it's better to exhibit some degree of success and possibly teach it as opposed to try to share it with others. It's hard to share your success with others because, we always up here talking about You know, we need to find men of like minds and all that kind of shit. Like, you know, like-minded people are growing on all the trees in your yard and shit. And it's just that's just not the case, man. You know, a lot of times you can tell, you know, when you're dealing with people whether or not they're worth your time. And I think that that's kind of prejudice, if you will, but it's the goddamn truth. You know, you don't want to take, you don't want to take no hits, you know, trying to look out for somebody else, especially somebody that's not fucking worthy, man. I know, been there, done that. So don't never take no hits in your life trying to fix somebody else's life, especially somebody that don't really, if you're more interested in their well-being than they are, that's not the person to invest any time in. Okay, I shouldn't be
Like
more
we all know
interested
the
in your
dude.
success than you. All right, go
Like
ahead.
we
You
all
got it.
know the dude who is grinding in whatever craft it is, whether that be basketball, IT, hip hop, you know, you like a J. Cole when he told his story about how when he started building his career, he put mad hours in his craft. He put mad time. All he did was work. You know a guy that really wants it. You know when a guy's BSing you. Hey man,
Oh yeah.
all right, man. I'll be back. All right,
Yeah.
man. You know, we all know that guy. We all either he was a friend. At times, I've been that guy. We know that dude. We know what he sound like. We know what he
He's
look
your
like. We
brother.
know how he
He's your
dresses.
brother. He's your cousin. You know, I get it, man. I've been there, boy. I'm telling you. I've had some
Man,
really,
man,
really,
man. Can't get a
I've really,
job, man.
I've had some really
Go ahead.
decent dudes, man, around me in my life, and I've also had a bunch of shithead losers, you know, in my life. So I kind of know both types. So you know, I can kind of see them coming now. You know, I can see them coming now. I got the experience, but we gonna wrap this up, man. Shout out to Brother Coffee with the $20 super chat. My man, Brother Coffee. I appreciate that, brother. He said, good stream tonight where black men are not shitting on each other tonight. Great one here, X. We need more of this and not gaslighting from the Acrobat Clown crew. Who the hell is the Acrobat Clown crew, Brother Coffee?
Yeah, I think that's the ACC. He call it like he be calling them coons.
Oh,
the ACC.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I think.
came up, Brother Coffee. Maybe we'll do something, man, because I am going live tomorrow too. So you might want to come through. But any parting shots, man, before we get out of here, Brother Lou, Brother Kid Styles.
Oh no, it was a good stream, Brother X. You know, as always, brother. You know,
go back and review it.
These last two debate nights been pretty tight. I enjoyed them.
The open stuff, man. I think that's how I'm gonna be doing them from here on in. You know, I ain't been hitting my timekeeper up. You know, I just kind of been letting brothers just kind of, you know, tear each other's heads off. And
it's addictive. I know Lou was like, man, I gotta go a different way. But you like, man, I'm done with niggatry next week. Right back at it.
I know. It's just, you know, kid. It's me and
fun.
keep it taking with somebody. It is fun. I mean, it's like, but you know, I do have to. I'm probably gonna make a new channel just specifically for tech.
Like, Lou, we looking for you on the sports channel, bro. What's up?
What's up? Oh, I was over here when
Yeah, I know.
And I don't really like the 76ers like that. When at the game, the 76ers game.
Oh no. That was the Warriors today and the Suns. Yeah, I extended in yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna be streaming every day this month. So I'm gonna try to at least do a game a day. We're trying to go into the next year with momentum. So yeah,
nice.
Maybe doing that. Yeah.
But yeah, I appreciate you, brother,
right,
too, man. As
right,
always,
y'all.
man. Peace.
Y'all take it easy, man.
All right, y'all.
Peace, Brother Lou. Peace, Brother Kid Styles. Oh, and I forgot to give you your coin drop, Brother Coffee. You know, when you drop $20 or more on this channel, you get this. A big coin drop on this platform. I appreciate that 20 spot, Brother Coffee. Yeah, man, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up, man. You know, good shit tonight, man. As always, another good stream. Many of brothers came through. Y'all been really shocking me, man, with how many of y'all be coming through, man. I'm actually pretty shocked. Quite a few brothers come through here, man. They all won't end. But before we go, man, I'm gonna go ahead and hit y'all in the head with T.P.O.T's programming notes. Yeah, Negroes. Let me go ahead and turn the camera on. Yeah, man. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up, but we will be going live tomorrow, Negroes. And tomorrow's show is going to be, and why do I keep turning that damn thing off? I need to relabel that shit or something. But tomorrow, we will be talking about the apathy for family structure. Because y'all know this is the What About series. So tomorrow we ask the question, what about the apathy for family structure? Y'all Negroes do know what the word apathy mean, right? Well, if you don't, your black ass is going to have to tune in tomorrow to find out. But yeah, that's what we're talking about tomorrow, man. But I'm going to say this, man, before we get up out of here. You know, tonight, man, we talking about the white man tonight, right? And talked about how white folks owe us stuff, you know, because, see, they got all the money. See? They got all the money. We have none. All we can do is sit back, wait for us to give us some, right? But see, me, I don't believe that. I don't believe white folks owe us shit. I think we owe ourselves. I think we owe ourselves, man. I think we've convinced ourselves that white folks owe us this, that, and the other thing, but I just don't think we should be sitting back bitching and moaning about what white folks owe us. And the main reason why I say that, because we sit up here and we bitch and we moan about how evil the white man is and how he's the devil and he kills us and all this kind of stuff. But now we're going to turn around and say he should give us something. And we surprised when he don't give it to us. Why are you surprised that he's not giving it to you, man? He's evil. Remember? So you can't expect the very people that you claim are so horrible. They're so bad. They hate black folks. They want us all to die. They hunting us. They doing this. They doing that. They got their foots on our necks. Fine. I'll give you that argument. Fine. They got their foot on our faces. We can't move. We can't freaking, we can't circumnavigate our way through this. So why would we expect the person who's got his boot on our face to turn around and hand us money or hand us a job or hand us a house or hand us an opportunity? That doesn't make any sense. Does it? So either white folks are evil and they hate us, or they're really, really nice people and they want to give us money. Can't have it both ways, black folks. You can't have it both ways. Uh-oh, the man was here, man. I hit you up, man. You should have been here, brother. You missed it. You missed it. You missed it, man. I hit you up, brother. Tomorrow, I'm throwing down tomorrow at 8 o'clock. All right? 8 p.m. Eastern time. We throwing down. Come through. But tomorrow's not going to be a debate. What we're going to be talking about is the apathy of family structure is what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead up here and stick it up there again for you Negroes to see. The What About series is going down tomorrow. All right? It's going down tomorrow. And we're going to be talking about the apathy for family structure. All right? All right. So, But like I said, man, you know, I think one of the greatest barriers of black people is black people. I think one of the greatest barriers to black people is black people. I don't think it's all about white people, because white people ain't gonna give you nothing, man. We can cry about it all day long, man. White folks ain't gonna give your ass nothing. They ain't giving you nothing. They're giving you nothing. And if you ask me, that's the way it should be. Because everything they give you gonna come with stipulations, man, and prerequisites. So now you even more under the clutches that we complain about, right? We complain about how we under their crutches. Don't you think you're going to be more under their crutch, man? Don't you think you're going to be more in their fucking grasp if they're giving you stuff? Especially when you claim they ain't giving you nothing now, but somehow they got their hand around your damn throat. What do you think happens once they start giving you shit? You think they're going to release the hand from the throat or start squeezing it a little more? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But I'm an old Negro. What do I know? But anyway, I'm about to get up out of here, man. I appreciate all the brothers coming through. Brother Lou, my man, Brother Supreme, the Hood Conservative, Brother Trey, Free Zone Lou, Brother Kid Styles. Who the hell else was here? I could never remember all you freaking Negroes who be here, but you know who you was. You know who you was that was here. I appreciate all the donations, man, the cash apps and the super chats, man. But most importantly, man, I appreciate your participation, man. Go ahead, subscribe to the Jump Off. All right. Subscribe to this channel if you ain't subscribed already, man. And like I said, tomorrow we're throwing down, man. I think we're gonna go at 9 p.m. Eastern. And afterwards, I'm probably gonna, bring a few people up, man, and we're gonna talk about it, man. All right. So make sure you are here. Because if you don't, you already know what I'll do if you don't show your black asses up tomorrow, right? I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams. Don't make me do it. And if you didn't hit the like button on the way in the door, man, make sure you hit it on the way out, man. And make sure you turn up the goddamn light too, all right? Don't leave the light on the way out, all right? Hit the like button right there, then hit the goddamn light switch and get out, all right? All right, the man from the Man Media Network, hit me up, brother. We'll do something tomorrow. All right? Got my word on that. Hit me up and come through tomorrow. All right? So, with that, I will leave you good folk with 3 words. Like I always do.
Hours of power.
Debates. Open your minds.
Hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion. The Popular Thought Series. 3 PhDs, working on 2 more. driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hear these sirens and look through the mirror and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Cause he knows the plight of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you with all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up a paper till you leave over and over and see white families come? You think it's thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 40 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are that? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better fit? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrongly, you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Factory Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
Van Taylor, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down, 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind. Your mind.
Only from T.P.O.T. Media. Open your mind.